Dr. Burke?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, good morning. I got a question about our little project on
Yeah.
the in on our if we were going to jump, we were trying to make a prediction or
hmm
set up a sorry set up an experiment with our
Great.
character, but it doesn't come out looking like we'd like it to, or that looks kind of weird. Do we need to include that? Does that have to be a part of that?
So you should include what you think is driving it to be something other than what you're expecting.
Yeah.
So an experiment is what experiment is. So like with what I was trying to do, I conclusively prove that I have no clue what's creating the dependent variable was contributing to that. No matter what I changed. So my conclusion on that would be that it's just much more of a complex process, and there's other confounding variables that I'm not aware of, and that I need to go back and figure out better controls, right? Now, we all think that what we want to do is come up with an experiment, and just like the canned experiments you might use in chemistry class, chemistry, where you kind of get the results that you expect, right? You mix these two things or three things and you get what you want. That doesn't happen a lot in real life, especially with the kind of experiments that we're talking about, where we haven't had a lot of time to do some preliminary experiments to try it out and get a better understanding of what's going on. Like in our case, in your case, you write down your assumptions and kind of what your expectations are, and what your null hypothesis might be, and all that, and then you get the results, and then the things fall out where they are. Is that helpful?
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm going to end up doing, and this is, I guess, the way I was going, was I'll include it, but really say that I didn't find a whole lot of help from it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so as we recall your experiment, I mean, you reasonably set up the factors, and you had a number of things that you were trying, and the thought might be that there would be a difference. So if we look at this just clinically, right, just objectively, what you say is, and I think there's some cost difference between a couple of the darts that you shot. Well, the correct result would be, so you could spend an extra $5 per pack or whatever it is, and there's no difference. And so
Right.
the generic flavor is equally as accurate as the high price brand. That's got value in and of itself, right?
Right.
So if you were buying generic cookies at Costco versus the name brand, and found out that the generic cookies tasted just as good, but were 2/3 the price, that's the same kind of analogy. Part of it would be, kind of that assessment. It's not, you're absolutely right, there's no difference, but what does that difference mean? And it means that in your case, that premium brands aren't any more effective than the non-premium brands.
Sure. No, that helps. So I can just include it, even though it's not very helpful with my determination of what I want to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing was for this project was to go through the process of designing an experiment and coming up with what variety of outcomes ever we come up with. I mean, that's the value that so kind of I said this before, kind of the expectation is that you end up confirming your belief, but that's not always what's going to happen. I'm going to give an example later. Is that a budding statistician there, Alex?
Yeah, yeah,
Tell-
she's just now learning. I've been teaching her about mean, median, and mode. We're starting from the basics.
That's good. Cutie.
Yeah. Yeah, I might be in and out for a minute until my wife gets back because I've got her by myself.
Yeah. Tell Daddy you want an Apple Watch for Christmas.
No. No.
That's funny. Very cute. So is everybody suffering through the election results okay?
Yeah, I kind of wish it'd go on to something else now.
Yeah,
There's an election.
I've been working on my project. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's all been pretty interesting. We'll wait a few minutes to see who else pops on and then plunge ahead here. Let's
Yeah,
see
talk
if I
about
get
some
this right.
systems that are ripe for optimization and improvement.
Yeah. I'm going to talk a little bit about that as an example today. Actually, while I've got Ibrahim, I don't know if Armin's here or not. Let's talk a little bit about what we were talking about just a second ago, the project. And so I kind of got shocked yesterday when I finally looked at a calendar and realized that, you know, there's this lecture, there's next lecture, which is what, the 15th or 16th, right? And then the project presentations are due. You know, so you got, we've got 2 weeks, right? And so for Armin and Ibrahim, one of the things that I realized is at least my concept was that everybody would present via Zoom. And I'm not sure of the logistics or what we need to do and the mechanics of how do we allow everybody to be able to take control of the screen and present. And so between Ibrahim and Armin, they get to figure that out somehow.
That should be pretty easy. It shouldn't be an issue.
And that's why you are where you are, Armin. So yeah, so that's the thing. And so what I'd like to do is at some point between now and say not next Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, so a week and a half, do a dry run. Because if my luck stands and using this sort of thing, we'll try it on Friday and we'll think, how hard could this be? And then we'll fire everything up and without Ibrahim's and Armin's divine intervention, it'll just crash. So I like it to be seamless and easy for the folks who are presenting. So just to revisit that, you know, there's 2 weeks. It's a 5-ish minute presentation. So if it's 7, is that bad? No, since we have 2 hours and not 2 hours worth of people. So if it goes over a bit, that's not the end of the world. If it goes over by 15 minutes in a 5-minute presentation, I'll probably cut you off before then. But if you need a few more minutes to make your point, that's probably okay. And then what I believe we agreed is that, so the next week is Thanksgiving, and then the next week, did we say the 2nd is when the papers are due? I think that's what we said. It was something like the 2nd. So I'll go back and look at that. The other thing is, so as we near the end of the course, I'd really appreciate you guys doing something for me. And what that is there's course evaluations. And I'd appreciate you, and I'll figure out how to get those to you. It might automatically happen. I might need to do something. But I like your insights on what worked for the course and what you'd like to see different. That's very valuable for going ahead and how to structure it. I know this time is a little bit different with doing it via Zoom, via in person, and not that we could do anything about that, but in terms of the approach and content and speed of the course, the speed we move through the course and that kind of thing, that would really be helpful to help structure the course and style it for the future generation of you guys. So any questions? Got the test back, graded it. Y'all did good. I will say that we graded it a little bit harder than we had the homework and that sort of thing. I haven't made up my mind whether I'll go through it today or next week. I will go through it for you. So we'll see what happens with today's lecture and that kind of thing. Haven't decided about a homework for today. So this is, these last week, this week, and next week are the pinnacle of what we're going to talk about with design of experiments. Everything else has been building up to it, but the whole concepts of chapters 6, 7, and 8 are the guts of what we do with design of experiments. And getting back to something Blake, I think it was Blake had asked last week about, now that we got it, what do we do with it? Well, this is that basket of what do we do with it, right? And so we learned all about blocking and random versus fixed effects and repeat of experiments and what we do that, and the so what. Well, the so what's coming up, and like always, I encourage you guys to ask questions to particularly for application, but also for clarification. And so with that, I think we have a quorum. So I will launch.
Dr. Burke,
Yeah.
when will those grades for the test be released?
Probably this weekend.
Okay.
They're graded. Ibrahim did a great job at grading them. I want to go through and take a look at them. I will say before this, and so don't read anything into this. I do curve on tests. And I can go into that philosophy, but I'll just, and if you want me to, I will, but I curve because tests are a factor of two things. They're a factor of how well you do and how well I taught and wrote the test, right? And so if I put my statistician's hat on, I need to normalize that. And so that's why I curve. Any questions on that? And that's good for you. Can y'all see my screen?
I'd prefer you curve to a non-normal distribution so we have a lot more good scores and a lot less bad scores.
Yeah, how about an abnormal distribution?
Right. Maybe bimodal.
Yeah, no, so and that's a good point. So I curve according to it. So to direct your point, it will be a skewed distribution that pushes towards a higher end. So I can't say that it'd be an extreme value curve, but it'll be skewed to the right, I guess. Maybe I'm being too easy, you guys. I don't know. So you see the screen, right? You see the view graphs? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Yeah.
I do not see the view graphs yet.
No, we're seeing, looks like your desktop.
All right. Thank you. How about now? View graphs? Yes.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So we talked about this. We talked about this. We talked about this. So let me go back to this. So remember that discussion of factor effects, which are the primary effects that you get out of when you run your experiments. You're really interested in what is the effect of A versus independent of everything else. What is the effect of B independent of everything else? And you want to know those because those are the sorts of things that you look at interactions like this. So these would be the factor effects, and recall that what you do is if you have repeats, you add each one of these up. And so this is the low here. And so it's, this goes back to an example in the book, which is actually a really interesting example. It's a real example that Montgomery did, the author, for a company that was making fiberboard. And he had formaldehyde and urea and a couple other compounds in there. And it's, actually, no, this is the smelting one. So this is the one that's relevant to a place like Y12, which is, given fluxing agent and some other materials that helps alloy, what is the effect? And so what you're looking for with these factor effects is what are the interactions? And we talked a lot about looking at interactions and how if they're not parallel, that means you have an interaction. And so if these two lines on the upper graph with the A's, factor A and AB, this is demonstrating that there is an effect from factor A, because as we move from low to high, it kicks this up, but they're still parallel, right? The lines are still parallel. So there's no interaction among the low B and high B values. So if that looks like, oh, there we go. Yes, it is. Hang on. Oh, maybe this is going to work today. All right. So if these were parallel, just straight like this, there'd be no interaction. There'd be no effect between A and B, or between low B and high B and low B and AB. And these indicate that there is that sort of interaction. Okay. And if you want to do a mathy approach to calculating what those effects are, this would be that formula that you do it. Now, this of course would change if you had more factors. So if you had ABC, then this equation would change. And I'm not going to go over it. It's in your book. It explains pretty well. What I found interesting is that the JUMP software does not calculate these factor effects for you like this, which I'm surprised. But if you all wanted to make some money, or at least become popular, you could probably create an add-in that would do that for people. I don't have the page insurance to do that. So here's one where there are multiple factor effects. And we can go and calculate these. You see here where we've got the totals. So what he did was go back and code the example. So recall that we can, we're now talking about two-factor experiments, 2 to the k experiments. The 2 is the number of levels. The k, the exponent, is the number of factors that we have. And so this would be a 2 to 3 experiment. So there should be 2 to the 3 is 2 times 2 times 2. That's 8. There should be 8 runs. And yep, there are 8 runs. And so the minus are all the lows. So it's low A, low B, low C. And then you go ahead and you change each one of those so that you get all the factors, including the interactions. And you see that there's 2 replicates. So what does that mean? They ran each experiment twice. And so they did a total of 16 experiments on this. And so they did A, B, C, all those once, and then they did it again. And then they did 1 high A and 2 lows. Once they got 669, did it second time they got 650. And I want you to remember that the difference between those 2 replicates, because that's an important consideration when I bring something up later. So remember that. And so here's a cube, and Montgomery really likes using these cubes. I find them a little bit confusing. But in order to get the points to these cubes, you basically do what we did before, right? Where you take the average, because recall when you do the analysis of your experiment using replicates, you average the replicates. And so if in this case we take 550 and 604, this top up here, add those together, divide that by 2, that's our average. And that goes into, so that would be the low, low, low. It should be 1154. You guys can see it. 1154. So he did his math right, and more importantly, we did our math right. Okay. Now, if you wanted to, you could use this to calculate that. That's all this is that's what he's doing over here. And there's some other features that you can do with this if you wanted to complete your calculate your sum of squares. There's a clever math way that you can use each one of these. I have long since forgotten what that is because I use Jump to do that, right? Or Minitab or Design Expert. Has anybody got Minitab? Have you decided to spring for that? No, just me. All right. Okay. So I talked about replication, right? Why in the world would you do replication? Why in the world would you run an experiment multiple times? Well, you do that because it gives you a better, richer understanding of the variance in your system. And what does that translate to? Well, that means you understand what the errors are in your system. And so if we go back to this example where he only did 2 runs, if it was 550 and 825 for the replicate 1 and replicate 2 and run 1, and there was variance all the way along, so instead of being, say, 40 apart, 30 apart, it was 80 apart or 100 apart, then that's a strong indication of increased variance in your system. Something else is going on that's making those disparate results occur. And so having replicates gives you a better understanding of error in your system. And that improves your robustness of your calculation. So just because you have variance, it isn't necessarily bad. Having replicates allows you to understand, gives you more fidelity into understanding what's going on within this model or experimental design that you put together. Pull this out of the book from someplace. I've since forgotten where it is. It's an older version of the book. And so number of replicates relates to that nasty degrees of freedom that are harped on earlier, and having lots of degrees of freedom, especially in the error term, is a good thing to have. So what happens if you recall when we talked about power, we like to have a power rule of thumb about 0.8, right? 0.8 or above. What happens when you design your experiment and it's at 0.57 or 0.4? I've had them be really low before, like 0.3, which is embarrassingly low. So recall that power is the likelihood of or is having trust in how representative your experiment is in providing you correct results. So what this is saying is you've got roughly a 50-50 chance that what your experiment is feeding back to you is going to be representative of what's really going on. That's pretty low. Okay. And of course that gets back to your type 1 and type 2 error. So what can you do with that? And recall these, all these two-factor experiments are screening. And to revisit that a little bit is on the earlier experiments we worked on earlier in the course, we would have factors with multiple levels in them, 3 or 4 levels, right? Where you'd have that dialing set it at different things, different levels. And that gave you more detail on what's going on in your system. So what we're doing, as you recall, we went into the screening methodologies where we said we're going to limit the number of levels to 2, low and high. Not necessarily low and high. A or B could be another one, not necessarily low or high. So if it's categorical, it's by definition not low or high. It's just one is different than the other one. So what we're going to do with this is say, what if we always had our alpha by definition be about 0.05. Right? We said that that's 95% of having confidence that whatever rabbit we're pulling out of the hat is the rabbit that we want. But there's nothing cast in stone that says it has to be 0.05. And so in order to increase the beta or the power of our experiment, we can change the alpha. We can change the alpha to be whatever number we want. We have to be aware of what that impact's going to be, but we can change it to something like 0.1 or 0.2, which I've done as well. And a lot of biomedical researchers will have alphas that are lower just because of the nature of the populations that they work with. As I found in my experiment, Joe and I were talking about this earlier, or the polls, right? There's a lot of other factors that influence what's going on. And so having a slightly bigger alpha is not atypical. All right. Any questions on that? So this is just saying, this is looking at what if we change the alpha to 0.1 to get an alpha of 0.9 in this experiment, and for 0.05 is 0.857. So it doesn't necessarily increase it by a huge amount, but could increase enough so that you're happy with what you've got. Okay, you recall in that example, hang on a minute. All right, here we go. So screening experiments, the reason we do screening or reduction of the number of factors or the reduction in other considerations to reduce the number of runs that we have to do. One thing we can do is not replicate the design. While I was talking to you earlier about why replicating is good, many times you don't have the resources to replicate. And so I'm going to guess in many of your projects you didn't replicate. So this should make you feel better about that. Or if you did, that's equally fine too, right? And so when we don't do replicated designs, it's also called a single replicate. There's some risks because you're just looking at each corner of the cube. Another way to look at that is you're picking 2 points. You're picking point, the low value or high value or A and B. And you're measuring just what those two effects are. And there's any number of considerations that can happen that will provide you a biased result when you use just two levels in a factor and you're not replicating it. So it's kind of that luck of the draw thing. Did you pick the, by sheer dumb luck or bad luck, when you did this run, were they representative outputs or not? And that's the question. And what can you do to help ensure that you are getting representative data data points are representative of what's really going on in your system. So I pointed out the coding earlier. I mean, there's some good reasons why you code. So instead of in the earlier graph, yeah. No. Okay. So what we're coding here is what the level of the factor is. And so if we were looking at volume control, you know, the knob that goes from 1 to 10, and we were messing with that and we set it at 2 and 8. Those were the two factor settings that we use, or the two levels of the factor setting. 2 would be -1 and 8 would be 1. 0 is a center point if we use the center point. We're not going to talk about center points at this point. We talked about that earlier. So all we're doing is assigning one value of -1 and 1 and 1. Other people assign it different things. And just as a caution, different softwares assign it differently. And so you need to know your software because it can mess you up. Sometimes it will reverse it. Sometimes it will use a different indicator. Jump, I believe, uses -1 and 1. Couple of things that it does for you. First of all, it provides you the same results. So that's a good thing. The other is that it's dimensionless. And so if you remember back to your physics or chemistry, you would spend a lot of time paying attention to changes in your factors, not factors, but oh shoot, I forget, like whether it's feet or power per square or pressure per square inch, that sort of thing. Here you don't have to do that. It's just -1 and 1. It's independent of whatever measurements that you're using. People like it. You don't have to use it. It's kind of convention that you do. So what we were talking about a little while ago is, you know, are you drawing the right rabbits out of the hat? And so here are some examples of what can happen depending on where you choose your factor. So let me see if I can come up with an example. So I live on this pond here. And here's a dock that I just built. And every once in a while I'll wander out in that dock and I'll throw a line in there to see what kind of fish I can get. And let's say I just decided I'm going to do an experiment and I want to see what the effects of various nutrients that are in the water are on fish size. So I'm going to go out there and pick out 2 fish as an indicator of fish size. And the first fish I pick out comes back at 12 ounces. And the next fish I pick comes out at 16 ounces. Of question is that representative of what the fish are in that pond, or did I just do that kind of sizing experiment to see, and that's not representative at all. There are bass and carp and all kinds of fish in there, and the two I picked out happen to be sunfish. And so what I end up doing is saying, I'm going to set my factors at this narrow unit, right? So it's going to be 12 and 16. So this is the low value, 12, minus is 12, the upper value is 16. My true effect might look like this. It might be this angle here. But when I plot 12 and 16, just by sheer dumb luck, I picked those two values, and it's not measuring any effect at all. So my conclusion would be, whatever my factors are, that it's not having an effect on what's going on. Whereas if I would have spread that and had it be, say, 8 and 22, I get a much better indication of what's going on. And so what I'm really saying is going extreme is better. If you're going to use a two-factor design, spreading your factors, the values, the levels. So I use the example of setting your volume, instead of having the volume set at 2 and 4 to see what the effect is, set it at 1 and 9 if you can do that. That way you get a bigger spread to see what that effect is. Another way to look at that is there's noise in every system. There's noise in every statistical system. So there's a bunch of random things going on. That's the nature of statistics. And what you're trying to do is find out what's actually going on, what the signal is, versus all that random stuff going on in the system. And so by being able to have that spread, bigger spread between those 2 points, provides you a better chance of getting a true signal as opposed to having a masked by noise. Okay. So like we were saying, there's some bad things about not replicating, having to do with the error. The other problem is that it impacts your degrees of freedom. And it could be that you have no degrees of freedom, which makes doing your analysis impossible because you have no reference back to that noise part of the system. We have some solutions doing that. We'll go over some of those. So if you're calling the full factorial, let's say we have A, B, and C as our factors. And so we have A, we have B, we have C, we have AB, we have AC, we have ABC. So full factorial means we consider not only the main factors, but all their interactions. And so, and if you recall, I said, many times the higher order interactions, ABC, don't show an effect on your overall system. And so we can use that and put that back into our system by saying we're not going to count ABC, which allows us to take our degrees of freedom and put them into error. There's a technique that we've looked at before. We'll look at it again, where we use normal probability plots to look at the more important factors and get rid of the other ones. And this is a cheap way of your instructor saying, I'm not going to talk about anything else, but it's in the book.
So
Yeah,
if your
yes.
Can I ask a question, Dr. Bird? So if your power is adequate without replication, then would you say that you can proceed without much further concern there?
Great question. And the answer is yes, comma, but. So while your power is really high, and that's always a good thing, what we'll see, we have an example where it creates a challenge in doing the analysis. And this is specific to doing these kinds of two-factor modeling schemes, two-factor designs of experiments. So hold that point for about 3 slides, and we'll come back to it. So this is a 3-factor interaction. We talked about this. So we've gone over this a number of times, this resin plant. So let me pull it up, and we'll use this as addressing the point that Mia just brought up. I'm looking for that data here. Oop. Hang on. I got it. Right. I'm still trying to find it, sorry. All right, I think I got it. Let me double check one thing. No, we don't have it. Sorry about that. Get to it another way. You know, you think you're organized, and then fate happens. All right, here it is. So you guys got this, you see it? All right. So does this look familiar to you? We've done this before a couple of times. I think this is the one. Is it this one? No, it's the wrong one. Hang on. It's this one. Right? All right. So let's analyze this. And we're going to answer this question. So walk through this with me. So we're going to do fit model, right? And since this is actually an example, it's already done everything for us. Now, do you guys remember how to build these full factorial models like this easily? So let's walk through that a little bit. So let me delete this. And so what we want to do is we want to include every factor and their interactions, right? And so there's a couple ways to do that. So filtration is our dependent variable. That's what we're measuring. And these four are our main factors that we want to include in here. So we could go in and manually do this and drag this down here, drag all these independent variables down here. And then we could do temperature and pressure across, and that would do all those. And keep doing that going down, but there's an easier way. So let me remove all that. The easiest way is to highlight them, go down to macros, and do a full factorial. Do it again. Boop, boop. So you highlight your independent variables, full factorial, and then it builds it for you. That's another way. The way I really like to do it, just let me get rid of this. Highlight these again. And then under macros, there's factorial sorting. And that gives you the single factor, 2 factor, 3 factor, and the 4 factor. All right. So that's how we can build it. I'm building suspense for Mia is what I'm doing. Okay, let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so we see our interaction plot, right? And, just by looking at it really quick, we can see that, temperature from low to high increases output, pressure from low to high doesn't have a great effect. Concentration, low to high has some effect, and stir rate seems to have some moderate effect, about the same as concentration. All right. We can look at the sorted estimates, which gives us something called the pseudo T ratio. Pseudo T ratio. So that's, as the name implies, it's not the real T ratio. It's the ratio that, given the information that it has, it's going to predict what the effects of the various variables are. And by looking at that, we can see temperature, this 2-factor interaction here, which is temperature and concentration, temperature and stir rate, which doesn't surprise me, because with temperature being so impactful, the interaction between temperature and concentration and stir rate, temperature is driving that some. Stir rate is also important, and concentration is also important. Pressure, as we saw down here, not so much, not so much. So let's do an analysis of variance, and we don't get anything. Why is that? Trick question. Well, remember we were talking about when we do this and we remove our, and this is getting to me this point, when we remove our repeated experiments, we remove our error. We don't have an error term here. And so what JMP is telling us, or if you were to calculate this by hand, it'd say, I can't do this. I'm not able to do this because I don't have enough information to do a calculation.
And that's because you just had one data point for each level. So there's nothing to measure it against. Is that?
Yeah, so yes. So I'm going to put it a different way, but you're right. So I didn't do repeats. And so there's no measure. So I've got a low and a high. So a temperature, I have a low temperature and high temperature. But I can't say because of, remember the calculation of sum of squares and all that sort of stuff, where you took the mean and subtracted off the actual data value and you had a difference, right? I can't do that here. I don't have a mean to do that with between the two factors. That's just part of the math of it. So the math doesn't allow me to do this. So it won't do an ANOVA for us. It won't do what am I looking for here? It won't do the real F-test. So recall I said this is a fake t-test. T-test compares two things. This F-test here, we get no results from. We're stuck. We can say to our bosses, hey, I'm thinking that temperature has an effect, but I can't say for sure that it really does, because I only got a pseudo test. So what do we do? Well, so there's a couple of things. One, we got an indicator by the pseudo t-test, what's important. But remember way back on some earlier slides, we talked about, I'm looking for using the normal probability plot to look at what's important. And actually, there's a paper written 1960s, something, that validated this approach. This approach really came from, I forget the guy's name, that said you can measure the effects by taking a normal probability plot of the factor outputs, putting them on this graph, and judge what's important. And let me show you a feature of JMP that I like. So there's the normal probability plots and the half probability plots. For me, it's easier reading the half probability plots. This is a great view of where the major effects are. I mean, even I can't miss that, right? This little line here is called the lengths, not lengths, lengths measure. And there's some fancy math behind it that says anything substantially above this line probably has an effect. And so we can see temperature, temperature and concentration, temperature and stir rate concentration, and maybe this three-factor interaction. You'll see higher level interactions above two interactions, maybe 15% of the time. You'll see more two-factor interactions. And as we've seen, sometimes, what do you see? This is a contradiction of terms. What do you see missing? That's not the right way to say it. What's missing from this? Pressure. We didn't see pressure. It's one of the things that one of the factors that we stuck in, but we didn't see any effects from that. And we don't see it on this graph. So what are we going to do with this? Well, if we go back, if you go back and...
Well, isn't it there, Dr. Berg? It's just not labeled?
Yes, you're right. It's great question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it would be in one of these here. It's right there. So if you hover over it, it'll show up. So you're absolutely right. It's on here. It's not showing an effect.
I see. So if it's labeled, it says there's an effect.
Yeah. So and sometimes you'll see it and it'll be overlapping too, and it's not as easy to see it. And JMP has this feature where it bolds and shows you what it is, and if you want to see these other ones, you can. So let me see if I can do this. Oop. Where'd you go? I'll rebuild it. Okay. Okay, so we're back to effect summary, which is that table that shows us, here's what things count or not, and here's what the effects is, right? So we use this a lot in everything we've done before. And it's showing us nothing right now. But remember what we just said, that there's a bunch of these things that look like they're not counting for us. You know, they're not having an effect. So we'll use, I didn't pull up the, let me do that. So it was normal probability plot. And so we see that we have temperature, stir rate, concentration, temperature, pressure, and stir rate, temperature, concentration down here. So let's cheat a little bit. We'll look at our pseudo p-scores and we'll say, so which ones are we gonna say we don't really care about? Well, a lot of stuff. So we'll get, but let's highlight that one. I'm just clicking on it. It's going to be pressure. We said pressure, right? So if you do a control and click on it, we get that. Let's get rid of temperature and pressure. Let's get rid of pressure and concentration. Pressure, so I'm getting rid of all those factors that have pressure in it. And what was the 3-factor interaction that we said counted? Let's see here. Temperature, pressure, and stir rates. I'm not going to count that. And the reason I'm not going to count it is I got rid of pressure. And so it doesn't make sense to have something with temperature, pressure, pressure, and the other factors. So let's just get rid of it. And we'll keep these other stir rates and, you know, sort of thing. Let's see if it's okay with what I'm doing. Okay, where is that one? So it's give me an alert that says, hey, you got rid of pressure, but you got this thing with pressure, stir rate. I got the 4-factor. No, I got that out. See anything else with pressure in there? I don't.
Yeah, it's the second one from the top. Oop.
So what I did, so let me undo it. I love that about jump. So I got rid of, so I'm clicking on pressure. One with pressure. 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 All right, so I've got those highlighted, right? So I put down control, clicked on them, got rid of all that. Why am I doing that? Well, our normal probability, our normal plot said that at least these, and I'm cheating a little bit because I'm not going down there and looking, really it didn't seem like they were contributing. So why include them in your experiment if they're not contributing? And plus what, thanks to Mia's good question, what we're going to find is that when we click on remove over here, JMP recalculates this. And the reason it can recalculate it is now JMP will automatically enter those factors and build degrees of freedom in our error terms, because now we got more space to do it. based on the way degrees of freedom are calculated. And so if we click on this remove, lo and behold, it does this calculation for us. And we see that temperature concentration, all these things are contributing significantly to the change in our overall system. If we do the ANOVA, just to see what's going on in terms of the error terms, we see that now we got 8 error terms where before we had 0, right? So as we pull those interactions and that main factor out, it rebuilt the model to have error terms so it could go back and do the sum of squares calculations where you need those error terms in order to get the results. Yay us, all right? So we can now go and tell our boss that, yep, we were right in our original assumption that, you know, these things are contributing, and at least in this case, based on what I did, now I think it's a little bit different in the book just because the book pulled out different things. It's saying that this 3-factor interaction doesn't count. It doesn't count in the sense that it doesn't contribute to the overall model. And if we wanted to, we could go here and to prediction profiler, go to optimization desirability, click on maximize desirability, and it goes in and tells us that a high temperature and a low concentration and a high stir rate are the best things you can do to get the end result that you want. So it does that optimization. So to Blake's earlier comment, how do you use this? Well, you can use this as an initial means to say to your operations group, this is the way that you could optimize this. And by having a low concentration and a high temperature, you know, we'll assume that that means that you can reduce the amount of materials that you use. Maybe you need to do some other analysis to say, well, it's more expensive for us to have the temperature high, not just in terms of electrical costs, but controls. So maybe we don't want to do that. All right, why don't we take a 10-minute break? We get back at maybe 10 after 10-ish. That's more like a 15-minute break. So yeah, let's do that. 10 after 10.
Dr. Berg?
Yes, ma'am.
So this has generated a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but a few follow-up questions that I'd like to at some point talk with you about, just to such that I can get an understanding of what's standard and what elements to look at. For instance, when you don't have the opportunity to do replicates, if so just some of the follow-up questions that I have relative to what
Yeah, we can do it now if you want, or if you want to wait till class is in. If you want a break, we can come back. Tell you what, let's take a break, and then back when everybody's back, you can ask those questions because I like everybody to hear them.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you all ready to get going here? Mia, are you there?
I am here.
Why don't you ask your questions?
So, and it may be that you're getting ready to get into my second question with the next set of slides in the second half of your lecture. But relative to what we just covered, is that a standard or a rule of thumb when you're screening, essentially, that if you have adequate power and you're using the JUMP software, that there's still an opportunity for you to determine what the most impactful factors are, just as you demonstrated there, or is that just an example where that's the case in some cases, or I guess what I'm asking is that
So-
standard rule of thumb that we can always rely upon if you have a high power?
Yeah, so like with any rule of thumb, it's I'll give you my lawyer's answer, right? It depends, but generally right. I mean, it's generally right. So generally speaking, so it's always the case that if you eat up all your degrees of freedom with a full factorial, you'll end up with not enough degrees of freedom, not enough error in your error term to come up with the analysis of variance and the actual F values, right? And so what we're following as a rule of thumb is that when you then look at it, and is to pull it up quickly when you look at it. So here's that model again. It's going to show up someplace. Let me expand it some. And so if we do that normal probability plot, we'll see what those interactions are that will probably contribute to the main effects. And so generally speaking, those that are on this lower end, you can likely disregard their interactions, or their contributions is less than the other ones. And so we don't have to consider them. They're not essential to the experiment that we're doing. And so you can get rid of those. You can just cut those out. Generally speaking, the higher, so here's an exception, right? Usually it's like you can be, the main effects or two little interactions usually are the ones that you get the most from. Here's an example in this particular case where there's a 3-level interaction. That's significant. And my hunch is that it's driven by such a high temperature and stir rate that it's carrying, and there might be something having to do with the pressure that just brings it along. So to answer your question, yeah, it is a reasonably good rule of thumb. Like with every other analysis, you got to get in there and dig through there a little bit to understand it and make sure you're not doing something that you'll regret later on. And you'll also see, so here, take a look at what these interactions are now. And you'll see that, I mean, that with temperature, it has an effect, concentration has an effect, stir rate has some effect, I don't know why, but pressure really doesn't. Now watch what happens. I do want to show you something else too. I want to go here. Watch what happens when we get rid of some of these things. We'll leave pressure in this time. We'll get rid of though. You guys recall which one was the one that was the temperature, pressure, and stir rate? I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You see that at least with temperature that it changed a little bit more. So it's got more of a contribution than it did before. Let me see if I can. And then there's this interaction profiler. So remember those diagrams that we had before where I kept doing my arm thing about where they interact? This is what that graph is. And so before I was talking about looking at, so the way you read this is temperature, pressure, concentration, stir rate. And then you take this and flip this to be horizontal. So it's temperature, pressure, concentration, stir rate. And so let's take this one here. So it'll be this block here I'm looking at. Here, this is high temperature. This is low temperature. And over here is low stir rate and high stir rate. And so the way you interpret this is at low temperature or low stir rate, oh, don't do anything. Low stir rate here, low stir rate. They're about the same, right? Between temperature and between the two low and high temperature. So this still, unfortunately, got to start off to the side. I don't know why they do that. So these are about the same, right? So at low stir rate, temperature isn't making a difference. However, at high stir rate, here, high stir rate here, our temperature and pressure, there's a big difference. So high temperature has a much greater effect on filtration, which is what we're measuring over here. High stir rate has a high, when we have high stir rate, temperature and pressure, or let me start over again. At high stir rate, a higher temperature has much more of an effect than a low temperature compared to the low stir rate where there is no effect. So that's the way to read this. So do we answer your question, Mia?
Yes.
Okay.
So my next question was going to be, had we not known that, or if our scenario prompts that, would a second run, say the next day, or with a second operator, would that have also been an approach to help with getting your analysis and your power and the ability to run those tests?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you can replicate, it's good to replicate. Just like if you can block, you should block. So replication is always good. So so I want to hone in on a point though. You don't have to have it be a different operator or a different day. You could have it hold all those other things constant and still do a repeated run. So what would an example of that be? Well, let's use this as an example. So let's say that this is what we're doing. This is a lab experiment. Let's just say this is a lab experiment, and it's a micro lab experiment. So it's really easy to reset up the experiment. You can do it in 5 minutes. And so we could run this experiment very quickly by just kind of clearing, it's got an automatic flush in the system. So we just press the button, it flushes the chemicals out and resets everything. So you can start it up again, it all comes up. You've got you've got the electronics so that it balances itself, so that you can do this pretty easily. And so you could run another experiment with low, right? So it's low temperature, low pressure, low concentration, low stir rate. And let's just say you get 49. And you haven't changed really anything else in the system because you're so good at doing the other controls. So you've done a good job at looking at, remember the nuisance factors that we talked about? So you've done a really good job at controlling the nuisance factors. So you run that other experiment and you get the results, and by doing that replicate, you've got more assurance of the validity of your experimental design and understanding what other nuisance factors might be there that you don't know about. Because remember, you have the unknown unknowns. Now, Tamia's point actually is a great segue into chapter 7. So what I did was, so do you have any other questions?
That's
Did I answer that question?
Yes, you did. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. So I skipped these slides since I already did that for us. So that's what this data set was. Because I want us to get on to chapter 7. Which is it. So we're going to talk about our old friend blocking. We're going to, thanks to Mia, I was able to have a segue into nuisance variables and talking about replicated designs and unreplicated designs. I think Mia was reading ahead, since that's exactly what we're going to talk about.
I really wasn't. I was trying to consider my experiment, and it's just very timely.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're filling in all. You're filling in all my questions.
Good. All right. So blocking on replicated designs and unreplicated designs in the 2K experiment. So still 2 levels in each factor, multiple factors, n number of factors. So we haven't said that, we have 5 factors or 500 factors, but they all have 2 levels, right? So unlike Lucas's experiment where he had multiple levels within each factor, because recall his experiment, he had small handful of 2 levels and a small handful of 3 or 4 factors. You can do that too. Harder to do for the reasons that we talked about there. So blocking a replicated design. So remember what blocking is? Blocking is simply grouping. And Mia introduced a good example where, well, what happens if I want to repeat, or if I've done repeats, and there might be considerations as part of that. So maybe you used a different operator, or maybe you did it in, you had that fancy labware that I talked about, but you're not sure that there weren't other factors that nuisance factors that were reintroduced into that. What do? Well, you block, right? Because remember, when in doubt, you block. So let's get to the next slide. So let's look at an example. So it's exactly what Mia was talking about. So we'll look at the chemical process blocked data set, which is somewhere, if I can find it. Is it this one? Where'd you go? Nope, it's not that one. All right, let me find it. Ah, here it is. See, I told you I was organized. So let me pull this down. So what they've done is, let's use our example earlier. So this is a similar experiment where they've got those factors, concentration and catalyst, and they've got blocks. And those blocks were, say they ran this experiment 3 different times. They had 3 repeats. You can see that here, 1, 2, 3. So you set this up the same way, right? So this is pretty straightforward. So JMP's already done this for us. We got concentration, catalyst, and our dependent variables yield. It says here, JMP's decided that actually whoever entered this in for the example decided that blocks was a nominal variable and that concentration and catalyst were both continuous variables. And we remember that yield has to be a continuous variable, right? And so let's run this to see what happens. All right, so Mia, I'm going to pick on you since you asked such good questions. Take a look at this and tell me what you think it's saying to us.
It looks like concentration has a statistically significant effect upon the yield as well as catalyst.
Yep, absolutely. I'd say exactly the same thing. So that something's going on within the system, that concentration of catalyst is contributing. We didn't have to block in this particular case, it looks like, although it didn't hurt us by doing that. What else can we tell from this? If just for grins and giggles, let's look at the normal plot. So catalyst and concentration are above this length line. So that's a good, I mean, that's showing exactly what we decided. And so we could get rid of the blocks if we wanted to. Don't have to, but we could. Let's look at something else. Let me move some things around here. And so to kind of picture it, and so this is example 7.1 in your book. What they did is they calculated the effects here, and they got the same results that we did, thank goodness. And several more considerations. And so what happens if we decided that concentration were not a number, but were a categorical variable? I think I meant to say catalyst. I think I meant to say catalyst in that slide. Because you see here, catalyst is 1 or 2, right? Is that a number? Is that like 1.000, or is that like a label as we're going to just say catalyst title 1 and catalyst title 2? So how do you check that? How do you check to see if there's a difference? That's pretty easy. So we'll just reopen this and we'll take catalyst and we'll right click it and change it to something that's categorical. And click run. So this is our value where we changed it to categorical. And this is our value where it was actually a number. And there, in this case, there's no difference. I've seen it where there is a difference, and then you get to decide what do you need to count as or not, right? But in this case, there's no difference. So we're okay with that. We don't have to worry about that. The other thing we haven't done is interactions. So we don't know if there's any interaction between the concentration of catalyst. So somebody walk me through that. So here's the way that example out of the book set up. But we see that in this case that there's no interaction. So how would I set up interaction in this? I know you guys know this. That was it. This is the audience participation part of it.
You highlight all of the independent variables
Oop.
and click macro and full factorial.
The other thing you can do, I haven't showed you guys, is let's say, and this is not a great example for that. Let's show you. So what you can do is highlight what you want. Say you only want up to 3 factors. Say we have some other variables in here we don't have. This won't do it that way, but this is a way of example. You can, here's degree, and so that's the level of degree. So this says 2 factors. So this would do 2 factors. Let's say we had 15 factors, but we only want to do 2-factor interactions. We can highlight that and say, or say 3-factor interactions. We can highlight and say 3 and do factorial to degree, and it'll do all the factors to degree if you wanted to do that. Let's run this and see what happens. And let me go back to here. I'm going to run that again so we have an example of the non-interaction. Okay, so on the left part of the screen is interaction, and on the right hand side of the screen is interaction. So we can see that, well, let's do something here. Okay, so we can see that the contribution of the main factors, namely concentration and catalyst, haven't changed any. They're still our important ones. And we can see that even though we did an interaction, that in this particular case, it had no statistical effect. So we're at a 0.2, which is well above a 0.05. And so that says that there's no statistical effect. Let's look at our ANOVA, assuming I can find it quickly. And not surprisingly, it says something's going on. We will kind of guess that. You know, but judging by this, but I also want you to pay attention to this degrees of freedom here. So we see here our error term has one more degree of freedom than our error term here. Does anybody have a guess on how that happened? What happened with that? Well, remember back in earlier this morning where we were talking about all the interactions chewing up our error terms. So as we increase that interaction by one, we had increase by one of that error term, of that interaction. So we went from just model and concentration to model concentration and model and concentration. So that is what drove our error degrees of freedom error to 6, because it took one away and put it up back into your model. And so going back to that Euro example where we had full factorial and we had 0 error terms, that's how that happens. So as we increase the number of interactions, that's what drives down our error terms. All right. Oh, that's one other thing I want to do. One last thing. So remember the discussion about fixed versus random effects, and we're talking about blocking, and what we're talking about is sometimes you're able to predetermine what your blocks are and you set those. You as the investigator or experimenter say, they're going to be this. I'm going to have it be this. And so you actually set up your blocks. In other terms, in other cases, your blocks just sort of happen naturally. And those are called random effects blocks. So there's fixed effects and random effects. I think there's a test question on that, right? And we talked about how to check fixed effects or random effects, fixed effects and random effects. And so if you recall, what you do is say we're going to look at blocks and see what the random effects on blocks are, if we could set this to be random. So we highlight blocks, we got to go down to attributes, all kinds of attributes here. Hopefully next week we'll get to response surface effects. It depends on what happens in the next 10 minutes here. So we'll do blocks and random. All that does is tell JMP that, hey, we actually were able to include random effects. So just like it's always good to block, it's always good to consider the random effects as part of this. So, and you'll see what happened up here is this changed it to REML. So let's run that. And REML stands for random effects something something. Okay, so this down here is what we look at for random effects. And what is this telling us? Well, here, just like our, oops. So here's one of the key indicators we look at, the wall p-value. So recall in where we didn't look at the random effects, we just looked at it as a fixed effect. In other words, ran it like we typically ran it before as examples. It said that blocking doesn't matter. This says that treating this as a random effect, we don't really need to worry about this at this point. Part of the consideration too is here for blocks, we have one value, the 95% upper limit, it's at 1.6 above 0. And we have the 95% lower at -2. That straddles 0. And usually that's an indicator that there's some sort of covariance going on. And you look at this, and you have a little bit of covariance going on too. So what's that covariance thing mean? What am I talking about here? That means that if this has a significant effect, that something's one of the other factors is affecting the blocking going on. Covariance, right? That means so height and weight are covariant. That means usually as height goes up, weight goes up. So one factor has an effect on another one. In this particular case, I'm going to say that, especially since the variable component is lower, and the Wald effect is saying nothing's going on, that's just an artifact of the other things going on in the model. That's what I would say about that. This is just looking at the covariance matrix, basically saying the same thing that we were just talking about now. All right, I'm going to do one more thing. Am I going to do one more thing? So yeah, I'm going to do two more things. So an important consideration as we begin launching into this fractional factorial, and we're going to do a bunch of stuff next week talking about this, is the concept of confounding. And we talked about confounding variables way back when we started blocking, when we're talking about nuisance variable. Very often people will use the two terms nuisance variable and confounding variable interchangeably. And it so happens in statistics, this confounding has nothing to do with that confounding. It's a wholly different definition. And just like I whine and complain about the term blocking, how I think it's confusing and it really should be grouping, I have the same sense with confounding here. When I think of confounding, what it's saying is we're going to set up the problem, the experiment, so that we're merging two different factors together. And so we can't see what the result of each one independently is doing. So it confuses or confounds what's going on. I like to describe it as a masking or a hiding or morphing or identity stealing, you know. I was going to put Biden and Trump, but I thought that would be an unfortunate political statement, so I didn't do it. Because what we're actually doing is when we go back to our columns, when you think of our columns, I'm just pulling this as an example, we're actually going to take one of these columns and put other information in there. We're going to steal the identity of this column and do something else with it. And so what I'm going to do is, sometimes it's better to hear from somebody other than me. I found this video. You can see the site. You can get a couple for free. Then you get to pay for it. I didn't pay for it. I got the free one. So let's see if it runs. There we go. Can you hear it?
Hi, I'm Ray Sheen. An important issue to be aware of with fractional factorial DOEs is the issue of confounding effects. Confounding effects are based upon the selection of sample configurations when doing a fractional factorial DOE. The accuracy of the statistical analysis is dependent upon which sample configurations are selected. There are two important criteria to consider. First is that the selected runs are balanced. That means that in the runs, each factor has as many high-level settings as low-level settings. Next, the selection must be orthogonal, and that means that each control factor can be analyzed independently. I'll show the formula for that on another slide, but it means that the sum of the interactions for the factor will add to 0. The selection of the tests or runs that make up the test plan matrix for a fractional factorial DOE should only include the runs that create a balanced and orthogonal test matrix. Now, trying to manually decide which set of runs will do this can be laborious and lead to an error in run configuration. So I recommend that when doing a fractional factorial DOE, use a DOE software application which can make the selection for you and ensure that your test matrix is balanced and orthogonal. Let's look at an example of balanced and orthogonal. This matrix represents a 1/2 fractional DOE with 3 two-level control factors. A full factor DOE would require 8 runs. Now we have organized these using the Yates method, but as a 1/2 fractional factorial DOE, we will only need 4 runs. In this case, runs 1, 4, 6, and 7. A matrix of those 4 runs will be balanced.
So what this guy was talking about, the Yates method of organizing it, all it's saying is that you put all the plus values at the top, and then you start working your way down. So see here, it's plus, and then minus, plus, plus, and then he's moving, or not he's, but you're changing the sequence so that this is structured sequence as you're going down. It's just a way to organize this.
For each of the control factors, there are 2 runs where the level is high and 2 runs where the level is low. As long as we have the same number of high and low level runs, the testing is balanced. Orthogonal is a little more complex. Let's first look at factor A and B interactions. Run 1 is +1 times +1, so that is a +1. Run 4 is -1 times -1, so that is also a +1. Together they add to 2. Now run 6 is -1 times +1, which is a -1. We combine that with our previous sum of 2 and we're back to just a sum of 1. Then run 7 is +1 times -1, another -1, and combining that with our previous sum of +1 brings us back to 0. You can follow the same process with B times C and A times C. You will find that they also result in a sum of 0. So the test matrix is orthogonal. Now let me introduce the term confounding effects. A disadvantage of the fractional factorial DOE is that it introduces confounding effects, sometimes called aliasing effects. I will use both terms interchangeably in our discussion. Aliasing occurs when a primary effect or an interaction effect have the exact same combination of high and low factor settings. Look at our example. Factor A and the combination of integration effect for B and C have exactly the same settings. We see the same problem with factor B and the integration of A and C, and the problem exists for factor C in the integration of A and B. So let's look at the first example. If that portion of the analysis data has a high coefficient, it's not clear if this is due to factor A or the combination of B and C. That is what we mean by confounding or aliasing. We also note that the combination of A, B, and C was not orthogonal. The sum of the product for the 4 runs is not 0. Rather, there's a positive number. So we can't use that coefficient. The confounding issue is summarized by the use of a resolution number. As we have seen, fractional factorial DOE studies cannot analyze all the interaction effects because only a fraction of the number of runs are completed as compared to a full factorial DOE. The ability or power to analyze those interaction effects is expressed using a resolution number. This number is a Roman numeral. And the higher the value, the more interactions the study can analyze. As you can see in the matrix, the number of runs associated with a full factorial DOE is labeled with the term full in green. Then a resolution number is shown based upon the number of runs and factors for fractional factorial. A level 3 resolution will only be able to consider the primary effects. All interaction effects are confounded. This was the case, for example, I illustrated on the previous slide. And you can see that The three-factor 4 runs is a red Roman numeral 3. The Roman numeral 4 indicates that some of the two-level interactions can be analyzed, and this resolution is shown in yellow. The Roman numeral 5 is main effects and two-level interactions and some three-level interactions. It's now shown as green. The higher Roman numerals will have even higher levels of interaction effects that are analyzed.
I've mentioned several times that you must be careful in the selection of the run configuration for a fractional factorial DOE, and now you know why. The selection must be balanced and orthogonal, and the resolution will tell you what level of confounding or aliasing occurs.
It's all perfectly clear, right? God, you guys don't have any expression at all. So what that video did is it actually went partway into chapter 8 as well to talk about the resolutions. So we'll cover that next week as well. I do want to state one thing, that was in the video is, so as he was talking about confounding, it had to do with the various levels of the factors. And what we're talking about in chapter 7, we're purposely confounding. Next week, what I'll talk about is why we do confounding in terms of making use of blocks. And confounding is neither good nor bad. It's just something that happens that you do, and you control that. So we'll purposely use confounding to assess how to implement blocking. That's what we're talking about as we finish on chapter 7. Chapter 8, which is the last chapter we'll be talking about this semester. We'll start talking about fractional factorial, and we're going to power through that because there's some specific approaches to fractional factorial that I want to at least expose you to, so that you're aware of it. So any questions? So I'm going to end it here because I normally run over, which is not fair to your next class. So I'll probably list some homework, but it won't be over the top. Anything else? You having a great time? I haven't checked the election. See who's doing what. So so kind of like as a departing thing. So this whole thing with polls and polling and how it's wrong really relates back to design of experiments, right? And how you're designing your samples. So my hunch is what happened with all the polling is, like in 2016, they didn't filter it as well as they should have, and you stop to think about sample size. We talked a lot about sample size and where you get your samples from. So going back to my analogy of my pond and getting fish out of it, I think the standard sample size is a few hundred people that they use for the entire state. And so imagine the difficulty of getting a representative sample size or a representative sample from a state like Arizona, where you have a couple large metropolitan areas and a bunch of rural areas, and the population density is significantly different in each one. And the if you consider it in terms of levels, the two levels are different. So we have two levels really that we're talking about, Democrat and Republican. And how do you figure out how to appropriately sample the various areas and combine those samples to get a truly representative result? And my hunch is that's what we're seeing in the misrepresentation of the polls.
Dr. Berg,
Yes, ma'am.
does that also imply that we don't have, and I can never say this word, homogeneity meaning a
Yes.
person will vote 100% for Republicans straight down the ticket versus Democrats straight down the ticket? Or are they
Yeah, good.
asking relative to each office in their polling?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. It would play a role in. It could play a role in biasing it. I think it's really a function of accuracy of developing your sample more than anything. And I don't know that there's an answer to that, because remember in 2016 they said really, among other things, the biggest balance was including the filtering or factoring in the effects of non-college versus college, right? And so they built that into the system, and they thought that among other things would sway it. And I'll get back to that 538 website, which will go in and look at all the polls, just a ton of polls, maybe 60 or 70 presidential polls from a election point of view. And there's this methodology where if you include lots of different experiments, that tends to correct for extraneous factors. And that's what this guy does. And he was still largely wrong. It's yet to be determined if, because every poll basically predicted that Biden was going to win. It was just a matter of degree. They all said that it was going to be wider gaps, that the Biden would get more of the vote, electoral vote, than what he was getting, at least in the early polls. And they clearly missed some things. And I think another thing is just the complexity, the whole bunch of nuisance factors that figured into this. So you guys have a opportunity to be budding pollsters and political analysts now. All right, so we're done here. Look for your homework assignment. Your test grades will be out within a couple days. You have any questions on what you got or on the test? We'll probably spend a few minutes going over next week. I'll also post the answer key, so you have that. If there's nothing else, I'll let you guys go. You have 2 minutes. See y'all.
Thanks. See ya.
Hello. Anybody there? Let's see. All right. Let's see. Let me fix my background.
How's it going?
Pretty good. All right. Fix my background, make it look more official. Had one of my paintings up. I heard the last question Mia that put up about the polls, and I heard a really good discussion on this related to the outcome versus the prediction. And it said something like this, and I think of it related to consulting. You have two extremes of consultants. One will you pay and they come in and they tell you what you want to hear, right? And the other extreme is they come in and they tell you what truth is, And so if you spend lots of money hiring pollsters. And so if they're trying to prove you right, like a poor consultant, but somebody that, sometimes they hire consultants to do this, to, come in and tell us what we want to prove, then, one is looking for truth regardless of, good, bad, or ugly compared to who's buying them. And the other is looking for, well, how can I prove the president right? And so I thought that was a good explanation. A lot of the pollsters are getting a lot of money to come in, and if they're looking for an answer, that's the answer they may find. But anyway, that was just one explanation I heard. And it may be a bias they don't even know about. They're just trying to make it happen. All right, let's see. You guys need a break, or have you had a long enough break yet? I kind of came in, took a little break and left and came back. Are we still waiting for people to come back?
Let's take a break.
All right, you got 2 minutes because we're 1 minute over.
We might have to wait a little bit because Omkar is not in on the Zoom meeting.
Okay. So let's see, can I share screen? Yep, I can share screen, so we don't have to wait. We'll go forward, unless you mean because he has to record it.
Yes, he has to start the local recording. He's the one that uploads it.
Can anyone else set it?
I can record to the cloud, but since he's the one that uploads it,
Gotcha.
so they download it to their computer, and then the TAs are the ones that upload. I will contact him.
Is Omkar was he on the previous one, or is he
No,
running late, or is he?
Omkar is I think the only TA for he's only for this class. So I will send him a message real quick.
Yeah, I'll wait until 3 after, and I'll wait a couple minutes, and then I'm just gonna go ahead. But because I don't want anybody else to have to wait. And I'll start off slow. A lot of stuff I give in the beginning is just kind of repeat anyway, just explanation. Bring everybody back to where we were.
Hey, Craig,
Yes, sir.
will you be going, will you go over how you did the midterm on the grading part of that?
Yeah, with the midterm, just keep adding to it. If I gave you a comment, I noticed that on a couple of cases, or maybe there's a couple of different ways. I think one person kind of put a really brief outline and had 2 pages. Well, other people had 30 pages of detail and, and annotated the outline. And then another case, I saw just copies of material, cut and paste, cut and paste, cut and paste, cut and paste, with no explanation on how it's going to, annotation related to it. So I kind of gave a warning shot that this isn't going to work. And so I didn't give a full score. But on the same token, as you can complete it further, just go ahead and update it and tell me you updated it, and I'll update the grade too. I just want to make sure that you're not caught off guard at the end.
So mine was that one, the second one where I copied and paste, which is fine, but I was just trying to figure out how to better that with that final one that went in.
Yep.
So I've added my own comments as I go, but I've still been doing that. So do I need to completely stop that?
Yeah, let me answer it in a real broad term for everybody, if that makes sense. So here's something I noticed. Some of you guys had a really good idea, and you might have used a different way of doing it. And some of you had a lot of good material that might be, something that's kind of above and beyond the class. And so what I would recommend is you're really trying to create this cookbook, this step-by-step process, and you're trying to look into your future and say, well, this is, I may be working here one day. I may be working here one day. I may be in, so you really don't know what your future is. No one can foretell the future, right? But think of it as, I need a step-by-step approach on what makes sense to me in my own words, explaining, you're kind of doing the Dear Diary effect, for yourself. And so I'm just trying to see if I can follow it, then I think you're going along the right path. So your Dear Diary has to be smart enough to give yourself, bring yourself back up to speed year after you forgot about this stuff, right? Or 5 years after you forgot about this stuff. And so think of it that way. You want to bring yourself up speed. The reason I did this is for that, and here's what I need to do. And you're telling yourself how to do that cookbook. And since a lot of you have all kinds of really cool ideas and have done different things, what I recommend is that you share what you've done with all the rest of the class and let them plagiarize. In other words, I'm not so concerned that you figure this all out yourself. I just want you to have the best tool you can possibly have. So if one of you used OneNote and the other one used something else, share that with the rest of the class, as much as you can. If it's something that your company doesn't want shared, I wouldn't share that part. But in those discussions, give people a chance to download whatever you have that's unique and different. And in your case, Joseph, you had a lot of really good cut and paste, parts that could fit into other people's stuff. And all I would do is just add a little annotation to it. And while you're doing your final, update your midterm, and then tell me you did it, and then I'll update the grade. So you won't lose anything. So in other words, I'm more concerned that you can use this material than I am that you turn in on time. Even, I want you to turn in on time because it's easier for everybody and easier for me. But, for example, if you collect an article on risk, that's what we're going to go over today, share that with everybody. Let everybody use that. If you come up with a good tool for risk, share that with everybody. And then, that way, 5 years from today, when you forgot about this class, you can go in and you say, well, here's a good tool someone gave me. Don't worry about where it came from because you're using it personally. You're not publishing this to other groups, right? So I'm giving you permission to think outside of what you normally do if you're writing a paper and trying to publish it, because you're really just publishing it for yourself. So I'd copy a bunch of papers, anything that would help you kind of make your case to your boss in the future about why they should believe you that you're a good project manager, that kind of thing. Does that help?
Does, yep.
Okay. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not so concerned about you did the midterm correctly or incorrectly. I just want you to go back, fix it, and I'll change grade. And I just kind of gave you warning shots, because if it's a final, then I'm gonna grade a lot harsher. Because I want you to be able to spell out to yourself, what steps you need to take in a way that I can follow it and I can follow your steps, that kind of thing.
So you didn't give me a midterm grade because you said you couldn't see it, and it's a PDF with snippets.
All right.
So is there something I need to do differently so you can see it?
Well, if you can put it in something I can see, that's one of those cases where I'm sure you did it. I just can't see it, so I don't have any evidence of it. And so,
I mean,
if you put
everything else, we've always done PDFs. So that's why I'm confused on why you can't see a PDF.
I don't know. I think when I kept getting an error message. So how about reach out to me after this, Roy? And I'm sure, like I said,
Okay.
I'm sure you did it. I just need to, we need to make it where I can see it. And I don't know why I couldn't. Maybe for that instance, but I think I clicked on it 3 or 4 times and it kept giving me an error message. Because I remember that.
I double clicked on it again. I double clicked on it just now and it opens up to me in PDF. So that's why I need to figure it out after class.
Yeah. Just reach out to me. Like I said, I just need to see it, and I'm sure you did it. I just need to see it. And then if you have to send it to me directly, because for some reason it going through the system, it doesn't download right. And it may be my system. So, anything we can do to get it to where I can see it will work for me. Okay. All right, so let me see. Right now we're in chapter 11. Let me go ahead and make this a presentation and switch screens. Here's display. All right, so here's where we are. We're on the risk management. If you looked at the syllabus, this is what the syllabus will have. These words will be expanded some, but this is what we're going to do today. Here's related to where we are. We're in project, so we're basically right in the middle of the process. A lot of what we're going to talk about, well, we're going to kind of go over the strategy and the storms of chaos. I'm not sure how much we talked about this before. It was the first night, but I don't think I ever got to it. Did we ever go through and explain this? Somebody tell me, because I can't remember. Did I ever walk through this? Rob, do you remember that?
I think it sounds familiar to some extent. I don't know that you went through the full.
Yeah, we're going to go through that because there's some risk involved in this. So we're going to talk about that. Here's one statement that I think will fit. We're talking about projects, but the risk integrity starts with the company. So a lot of what the company has to mitigate risk, with security and other things, you have to look at that related to your project too. Your project works within the larger system. So we're not necessarily going to talk about that, other than we just need to be aware of that. If we're related to that subject, when we talk about the strategy and continuous improvement, we're really talking a lot about, the company and what the company selects as a project. So risk really starts way back here. Managing risk starts back on this side. But when we talk about projects for this class and PMP, then we're really concentrating on what the risk of the project, but risk management starts long before the project starts. So if we were to look at the knowledge areas and the process groups, you notice that risk has a lot more to it, right, than some of the others. Schedule is very similar, but this there's up to 30 questions on the PMP that may come from the risk category. So it's pretty important out of 200 questions or so. Who took the PMP? Joseph, you did, didn't you? Who took the PMP? I know
Dylan.
Michael. Dylan, yeah, that's right. I couldn't remember. But Dylan, so what did you notice a lot of risk questions, or is it you would know, right? You'd know if you can remember that. When you took recently the PMP, did you notice a lot of risk questions? He may still be on taking a break. Okay. So when we talk about risk management, the definition of this is to increase the probability and impact of positive events and decrease the probability impact of negative events. So notice positive is risk and negative is risk. One you want to increase, one you want to decrease. That's a part that's pretty important to the whole concept of risk management, and one you may not think about. Positive risk, what's that? That's an opportunity. Can we really call that risk? Well, the opportunities are risk too. Project risk management includes a bunch of things. It includes the processes of conducting risk management planning, identification of risk, analysis of risk, the response planning, what are we going to do if that happens, and controlling risk on the project. So all of those are important parts. We've seen this curve before, but this is really a risk curve. Risk curves are often called J curves. And so what does that look like to you? It looks like the project management, it looks like the change management curve, right? So that's good. That's what we want. It's always going to have this dip, and we can't get rid of it, but we're going to manage it so it's a good return, right? So you can think of return on investment, or all the positive things that we're trying to get to. We're trying to get over here. We start over here, but there's always going to be that dip. Well, we've talked about this before. Average, doesn't always look like that, right? So average is somewhere over here. We're never going to be over here, because there's always going to be, this is, if everything was perfect, this is what perfect looks like. That's 100%. So over here, we might be 50%. And then we also talked about, well, it doesn't always turn out positive. And so this is the importance of risk management. We're trying to move from here to here. This would be making the wrong selection of the project, making the wrong selection of project manager, making the wrong selection of team. You know, if we do everything wrong, then chances are we may not be successful. Some projects are no-brainers, and so maybe they'll always be successful. It just may take a lot longer. So that's the importance of risk management. And you've seen this before, but there's just the picture. There's the change curve. This is risk curve. This is often called the J curve. A lot of times that part of the change curve, you see just where from the bottom to the top. If we're thinking technology, that's what that S curve looks like. It's that part of the change curve. And that would be trends over time. So we have S curves and J curves. And this is more information that you'll find in the PMBOK body of knowledge. This is just, you know, give you some background. And we talked about this before. So let's reiterate this: increase the likelihood of impact of positive events, decrease the likelihood of impact, that should be impact of negative events. Okay, so there's key concepts in project risk management in the PMBOK guide. It has this concept under risk management. It says, well, here's the key concepts. There's individual project risk, and then there's overall project list. This is the kind of thing that might be on the PMP test. And Dylan, I want you to really interact on this because this is important. Are you there yet? You might have yourself on mute. All right, individual project risk is an uncertain event or condition that, if it occurs, has a positive or negative effect on one or more project objectives. So project objectives might be the requirements, meeting deliverables, you know, whatever the project objectives are. Overall project risk is the effect of uncertainty on the project as a whole, arising from all sources of uncertainty, including individual risk, representing the exposure of stakeholders to implications of variations in project outcome, both positive and negative. So whenever we talk about risk, there's that word positive and negative again. So a lot of times the positive risks are called opportunities, and negative risks are sometimes called risk. So don't confuse that. They're both risk. Let's see, any questions so far? All right. So now this is another part of the PMBOK guide. Says these are the trends and practices in project management. Non-event risk, so variability risk. What does that remind you of? It reminds me of quality and Lean Six Sigma and those kind of things. The variability, and then ambiguity. Easy for you to say. So to me, all right, I'm going to pick on someone else. Alex, what does this mean to you? Does that make sense? What do you think about ambiguity? How about Blake? Are you guys still in break?
So now I'm here.
Okay.
Variability risks are just different expectations with outcomes. It's kind of all over the place. And the ambiguity risks to me are not being clear in direction.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that's exactly right. You know, and it could be that, well, we're not really clear on, and it could take a whole bunch of different routes, but that's a good explanation. And so anytime you think of quality and you think about statistics, you're thinking about variability, right? And this is not really knowing what to measure or having two different stakeholders want two different things and different expectations and not being clear on what, you know, that kind of thing. So that's a very good answer, Blake. Project resilience. So the right level of budget and the schedule contingencies would be, you know, at the right level, the budget and the schedule and those kind of things. Flexible project processes, empower a project team, frequent review, and clear input from stakeholders. Now, how does that, and how about Tim? Tim, can you state, does this bring anything to mind, or what do you think about this? Give me some little bit of wisdom.
It just sounds like some of the things you need to make a project work. They're all have risk associated with them, but they're things that need to happen for the project to succeed.
Yeah. So to give you an idea, frequent review sounds like, well, if we see things, going off course during our project, if we're looking at it, weekly or daily or monthly in some cases, then we will be able to bring those into control when we see them going outside of control. So if these are just parts of what we're talking about when we're talking about project risk management. And clear input from stakeholders, again, that attacks this, right? So frequent review may attack the variability. Empowered project team may attack a variability, and maybe even if you're empowered, you could ask for clear directions when you're confused, and so those kind of things. So then integrated risk management to me means integrated throughout the whole system, including the company or trends. Tailoring considerations, so you would do relate, the bigger the project is, the more controls you might have, like the more systems you might have. The more complex it is, the more systems you might have. How important it is, for example, we have to make sure if we take everything as example, and we use an example election again, then that's pretty important, right? So we need to tailor our, the way we handle it, probably stronger, put more systems in place to make sure everybody feels, their vote's been counted, that kind of thing. And development approach. So how we're going to actually go about doing it. And the other considerations that are new is more agile and more adaptive environments. You see this more and more. Roy, when you see, and also Rob, when you see agile and adaptive environments, have you noticed anything over the years that you noticed changes in this way? Is it things becoming more agile or less agile, or what do you notice? Probably Roy first.
It's the way society or work is today. It's the only thing constant is change.
Yeah, and I mean, this example of Zoom, the Zoom meetings we're having right now, right? I think that's a good example of that. Rob, how about you? What do you see?
I think it's also very customer driven. The demands of the customer is what is really driving this. If you don't have a customer, it's really driving you to this level of agility, even though you might be able to apply it. I don't really see organizations moving towards it unless it's a customer, unless it's a customer. That's the burning platform, is satisfying the customer.
Yeah,
because it is a significant cultural change from traditional approaches, and people generally don't like to do that unless they really, really, really have to.
Yeah, and so the example I used to give was a fusion plant versus a fission plant, as far as nuclear energy. So one better be very agile, because there's not a good fusion example, right? So you're going to have to do a lot of research, and this just doesn't exist. And it may take you, it's all research based, right? And then the fission plant, we could basically buy parts off the shelf, or pre-made parts and put one together. It's getting to that point. You're not necessarily redesigning everything as you go. So, but in both cases, one will be more agile and the other would be more traditional, I guess. And so construction, and like Rob was saying, I think is construction might require less of an agile approach, whereas in an environment where people might be more used to an agile approach coming up, maybe in software design, that kind of thing. But anyway, that's where it started out as far as, well, it started out way before that. It started out with, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it, but it started off with concurrent engineering and those kind of things coming together and trying to redesign things. All right, so now we're going to get into this. That was all kind of like concept phase. That's all kind of review, and just give you a background of change. So now let's go into the sections. So if we look at the PMBOK, the 11.1 is plan risk management. And what you're coming out with is a risk management plan. So this is the action. This is the thing we're going to get out of it. We need the project charter, the project management plan. We're adding another section of that, all related to risk. But we're really going to look at all the other things we've done so far related to schedule and cost and those kind of things. And that's what we're going to apply the risk to, all those different tasks. So we have project documents. We have enterprise environmental factors. That might be our company's view of risk. For example, would be the culture. What does the culture of the company tell us? And we have processes and assets, and that could be our IT security group has all kinds of processes we need to go through, and we need to make sure that we match what they do. For example, the company I used to work for, Ardent, they had processes in place. So if we brought a vendor in, and they sent information through a number of different countries that were blacklisted, then we had to shut the project down and make sure we either got a new vendor or they fixed the issue of sending, all the data to Korea or wherever it might be. And so we were very strict because, healthcare, if you lose a lot of information, then your whole company can go bankrupt. So we use expert judgment, data analysis, and meetings, and we come out with that. So let's look at this a little bit. So plan risk management, the process of defining how to conduct risk management activities for the project. Risk refers to uncertain events which have, and there's that word, positive and negative effect again. This you will see on the PMP. Dylan, have you gotten back yet? All right. So risks that are used to categorize, are factors are used to categorize. So risk event, probability, and impact. We'll see probability and impact again, because the event has a certain, could or may not happen. And if it did happen, what's the worst case? What's, what do we expect? So if we look at the plan, then I have an outline of what a plan looks like. Let's see if I can bring that up. All right, let's see. I think this might be it. All right, so here it is. So a risk management plan kind of looks like a plan, right? So this is project name, level of importance, and then it has an outline of things you might do. And it might look at overview and scope. So it sounds like the charter could be a part of it, right? Overview of the risk management process. And you might explain that a little bit. And then deliverables, develop a project risk management plan, and what are the deliverables? And this is taken from another group. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sanitize it so you guys can use it. And risk management procedure. So this is just kind of an outline what a plan may look like. So with that, it could be pretty involved depending on how important that is to the company and how big your company is and how big the project is. It's kind of like the charter. A charter could be a one-page document or it could be a thick document, depending on importance. Well, risk management, you can tell if you're working on something related to the nuclear industry, chances are that risk might be pretty big, right? You might think of all kinds of things you may have to take into consideration. If you're working on a weapon system, a lot of things could go wrong, possibly. But if you're working on a house, maybe it's a smaller risk management, document. Risk management, attitude and tolerance. So here's things to take into consideration. The attitude, what's the risk appetite? What's the risk tolerance? What are risk thresholds? What are we looking at? If it gets above a certain level or below a certain level, there could be things that are more routine, could be things more urgent, could be things that are emergencies. Tolerance could be tolerance with time, tolerance with cost, those kind of things. So measure the risk. So we look at risk averse, look at the risk itself, risk seeking. So these are just words that are found in the PMBOK, and you can look those up and get more detail on if you want to. Risk tolerance factors, it could be budget and resources, how much, if it's a huge project and it could mean the company is making its goal for next year or not. Strategic value of the project, this is something we got to do in order to survive or in order to get to our next goals. Priorities of the project and impact of failure. Those are kind of things that all affect your tolerance for risk. Okay. Here's a risk assessment and mitigation plan. Let me see if I can bring that up and we can look at that for a second. And this is kind of, all right, let me see if I can see that. I think that's this one. I'm just going to show you examples without going into a lot of detail, just so you know what one looks like. All right, so this is also from a different company, but you see high, medium, low, and not applicable. So we have a risk ID. That's a unique identifier, kind of like what I would put in here also. I would put in the WBS number. So if I was going to do a risk ID and it had something to do with a specific task, maybe I'd add a column with the WBS number. So, all right, Lucas, I want to ask you a question. So if we think of risk ID and we think of risk factor, Lucas, are you there? All right. How about me? I know you're there. So think about risk ID and risk factor and those kind of things. Tell me the importance. Tell everybody the importance of the WBS number to that. I mean, to me, I'm going to give you what I think, and then I'm going to give it over to you because I don't want to put you on the spot without telling you what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking that WBS number ties me to a specific task. What do you think about WBS number? And have you seen this with your PMO, the work that you've done related to tying it to specific tasks?
So not necessarily a specific risk management plan, but when I think about managing a project, if I'm thinking about managing it and my risk associated with schedule, then I'm looking at critical path. And so then I'm looking at that work activity and what could go wrong relative to that work activity. So then the risk factors would show up relative to that. If I'm thinking
about that is a really good example and something I should have thought of, Mia, but I didn't. So you brought something up. I wasn't even thinking about critical path, but if it was on the critical path, how about Alex? Tell me, if it's on the critical path, what does that do to the level of risk?
Does it increase the level of risk?
Seems like it would be higher for the critical path, because remember, the critical path is, if it's any task on that critical path, then it would either stretch that out, or if it's good, it might lower it, right? And so
now, when you say level, Craig, are you talking about the combination of probability and impact?
Well, right now I'm just thinking the overall effect. It's either on the critical path or not on the critical path.
Yeah, because I would say something on the critical path may have a high impact, but its probability might be low. So
yeah, it could be. Yep. So that's a good point. So we haven't gotten that far in it yet, but that's another thing to consider. Chances are, like Mia was saying, if it's on the critical path, then chances are we need to look at it a little closer. But see, my thought is, if it's on the critical path, we got to know which task it affects, because that's how we tell a critical path, right? So it may be task specific, and it's one side of the picture, like Rob was saying. The other side of the picture is probability, right? Mia, did I state that right? And Rob, did I state that right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, because I think it's definitely important to look at both of those aspects of it.
Yeah, you're right.
look-
You're
you can
absolutely
look
right.
at where you will see the impact, but then to control it, you may be in a different activity further upstream, because that would indicate your leading indicators, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to wait till it has a negative impact before you take action.
Right.
So the WBS is absolutely critical.
Yeah. So now both me and Rob pointed out some really good points. This high, medium, and low is not a function of just one thing, right? It is an index related to probability and an index related to impact. It may have a high impact, but very low probability. Like what happens if a meteor lands on our team and kills everybody? Well, that's going to have a very high impact, but what's the problem? How many people have you lost to meteors? So that's would be a very low probability. But yeah, that's a good point. Both of those are good points. Thanks, guys. All right, so that's what that might look like, that particular form. And let's see the next one. Let's see if I go down. All right, so this is what a risk breakdown structure might look like. And there could be other words in here, but this is kind of common. I think this is from the PMBOK too. So can you see, what does that remind you? It reminds me of the work breakdown structure, right? So there's a project, there's the technical risk, management risk, commercial risk, and external risk. Now those could be called vendor risk, could be called project management risk, could be called different things, but the risk breakdown structure is similar to the work breakdown structure in that it's a hierarchy of how things flow together. Does that make sense? Everybody agree with that? Show us thumbs up. That makes sense, everybody. All right. So risk management steps. Now we're still looking at the planning part. So here's some just, some tips, so involve everyone, project sponsor, executive review, the subject matter experts. Anytime you see SMEs, it's always subject matter expert, unless there's another acronym I don't remember. Identify risk, define this and state tasks it's associated with, maybe something you might do. Look at each task in the plan. If we look at the plan overall risk, then that gives us a top-down approach, and that 30% plus or minus kind of fits with almost everything. If it's top down, we're not as exact as if it were bottom up. And so if we look at each particular task, then we have, and may have to do both, right? We may have to look top down related to people we have in the team, the company, but we may also have to look at each specific task to get an idea of how that risk connects to a task. And that's where your WBS number might come in handy, because if you're talking about one of those tasks, you need a unique identifier. And a really cheap way to think about that, I say cheap as in, way rule of thumb type thing. If you were to produce a document and you had the first edit, you had the second edit, you had the third edit, you had the fourth edit, and if the final edit before you get to a public document. And so each one of those things are called edit, right? So it could be first edit, second edit, you could add titles to it, but you could just use the word edit on your flow chart, and you get confused if you're trying to say, well, you got to do the editing process. So that WBS number ties us to one specific place in the project plan. And so to me, that's why that is important, because you're identifying risk at every task level. So you're going to quantify the risk, probability, and impact, and that's what Rob reminded us of, and then prioritize the risk. So prioritize what you think the risk might be and which one's the biggest risk. And because if you have resources and prioritizing it, like Mia said, you might prioritize higher on the critical path, because that's a bigger impact than maybe on some other area. And it's not always that way, but that's part of your weighted average. Remember when we did the 1-to-1 comparison, we might use that tool here, and critical path may give us more weight, but it doesn't necessarily mean when you add up all the other criteria that it's going to be the one you start with. Let's see, develop a strategy. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. What are the triggers that makes you, what are the contingencies, identify possible risks and preventive this, how you can prevent them. But what if one of those happens? Well, we're going to have a contingency, right? We're going to say, if this happens, I'm going to pull in 2 more people to make up the time. That would be a contingency for a specific task maybe. Or if this happens, we're going to reach out to a subcontractor to come in and do the roofing because we're going to work on something else inside the house. So that kind of thing. Trigger points, how do we know when to start? And everything has kind of okay, if we get a week behind, it hits our trigger. We can't be a week behind, that kind of thing. And then mitigate, transfer, accept, or avoid. We'll talk more about that in a second. Risk management planning. Let's see. See if there's anything new here that we haven't talked about. So risk tolerance, we need to know that. What are the stakeholders' risk tolerance, the time, cost, scope, and quality? Because if they have a low tolerance, then it makes our job more critical, right? Probability impact, talk about that. We're going to talk about it more. System templates for risk and complexity. So our templates, we showed a picture of a couple of forms, and that could be considered a template. Identify time, money, and available for risk management. So if we're going through and we calculate how much it's going to cost and how much time, we're going to put contingencies in here, right? We haven't got to this yet, but we touch on it a little bit in the cost, but sometimes we probably should have touched on it, but we'll probably touch on it again. But a contingency might be, as a project manager, I'm going to calculate best I can time and money, cost, and then I'm going to add 10%, as a contingency. And it may be a formula, but that'd be an example. I used to always add 10%. So that's the project manager's contingency. And then your manager may have a bunch of projects going on, right? Program manager. So they may add another 10%, and your company may add a 10% on everything so that they have lots of contingencies for things that go wrong. And so we'll say out of that contingency, we have $10,000. It's a $100,000 project, and that's what we're going to use to make up, things going wrong. Listen to stakeholders and negotiate with them, and look if risks are not dealt with, and try to look at the impact and try to get stakeholders involved. Again, look at stakeholder risk tolerance. It may differ from project to project, or from project team, or from project manager. They may have all kinds of different things that their tolerance for risk. Methodology, reporting. So all this is under risk management. Roles and responsibility. Who's going to do what? If there's a problem, we bring other people in. I remember I had a problem in Fernald one time, and so we brought someone who is a much better speaker than me, an ex-senator, and so we had that person on standby in case we needed it to negotiate and do other things. Tracking, auditing, and documenting. All right, so now the next one is identify risk. So far, all we did is plan for it, right? So now identify risk is the next subject. So we're going to look at risk register, risk report, project document updates. So here we have the plan, documents, agreements. So what with our stakeholders, the procurement documents, on our agreements, and then, the company and what their environmental factors are, and then, all the tools and everything the company has. And we use our expert judgment. We're going to gather data, try to find the risk, we're going to analyze the data, and we're going to work with the team and other people. So that's important. We're going to look at the meetings and those kind of things. We'll come out with a register, risk reports, and product documents updates, as we go. That's a lot. I keep going over these because on the test, those are kind of things that become important. Let's see. So we're trying to gather as many things as possible. Risk can be identified at any time during the project. So we plan for it up front, but we're going to see things as we go, right? So we may see things at the very end where we're saying, well, now we got to turn this over to the company. And if we turn over to company, here's the risk. we're going into Christmas. We didn't expect to be going into Christmas break. So now all the people are on vacation. We can't close on time until everybody signs off. And we have this new risk coming up. We're expecting to be closed in November, but now we're going to be closed in January, and we got to get sign-offs in December, that kind of thing. Let's see. Register put, sometimes this is very important, but sometimes it's put at the top. It's categorized by priority, and sometimes it's listed in a way that you can search for results. I can search by WBS number. I can search by all kinds of things. Okay, risk logs. We're going to talk about that. And then the risk breakdown structure will go a little bit deeper into that. So we're going to, how do we see the risk breakdown structure? Well, we might do past history. What did the other projects do? We may take some other project was similar and start there. We may look at industry data. This is what normal with the industry. For example, Rob would know, I pick on Rob all the time. Rob may know what industry standards look like from a specific software package, how to do a specific thing. We're going to brainstorm with our subject matter experts and anybody else we want to pull in, like the other stakeholders. We may use a Delphi method. We may use SWOT analysis and those kind of things. So here's an example of risk log. There's a couple examples I have, 2 examples. So if we look at a risk log, all these things kind of blend together, right? So here's the risk issues. We have a list of issues. What's missing here is the WBS number 2, because we want to connect it to something. And, who's the owner of it? What type of issue is it? In this case, well, I don't see a whole lot. And then we have other tabs that we can use. Here's the risk log, sample criteria, impact risk. These are just names. And so we have severity. It's organized by severity. We see red and yellow, colored, coded. We have, different things. So it could take on a bunch of different looks, right? This one has definitions on it too. So I'm going to get rid of this one and I'm going to find the next one. Any questions about this so far? I mean, we're just kind of looking at examples, but you can come up with you can use your imagination to come up with these things, but you can also do a Google search and come up with, 5 examples. It's real easy. But that's a possible risk log. Yeah, I was going to try to get rid of it, but it doesn't look like it gets rid. Okay, this other one is a different example. Let's see if I can find that one. Okay, I think this one's it. Oh, yeah, this is it. So this one's a lot simpler. The other one's a little more complicated, it has a lot of pages. This one is a lot simpler. Risk ID, date logged, risk, probability, event, impact, approach, mitigation, owner, due date, and status. I think the thing that's missing here too is the actual task it's connected to. Doesn't always have to be a task. It could be beyond the task, but a lot of times it's very specific to something. All right, and then this is an example of one filled out. And there's the instructions, here's how to fill it out. So this is a very simple one. Doesn't have to be complicated, be very simple, but you track it is important in order to stay on track. And so one thing based on just what we talked about so far, I'd add WBS number. And I also add the reason why the impact's so high. There's the impact. It's going to do this, but is it on the critical path? Why is it high impact? Maybe we can put it all in the definition. Like, because it's on the critical path, it's going to extend our whole project by a month if it goes, or by whatever the situation is. Impacted, project objective impacted. So it could be related to a specific requirement. And this could be a name. But I think what's missing here is that, let's see, the approach. I don't see a really good place to explain why you decided the impact was high or why you decided probability was high. You know.
Yeah, and in a previous job, we had to document that ad nauseum because there was always money associated with each one of these risks, and the decision makers wanted to know how we came up with that dollar figure and wanted details to justify it.
Yep. So simple is good, but like Einstein said, it should be kept as simple as possible, but no simpler. And in Rob's case that he gave, we need to know why. And I think that Mia would agree with this. Tell me if I'm wrong, but we also need to know critical path. We also need to know task associated with it, and those kind of things too. I keep picking on Rob and Mia because Mia has experience with a PMO and Rob has too, and has a different approach because IT is a whole different animal sometimes than everything else. Let's see. All right, so we got that part. So you saw 2 examples of that. Let's see, what else we got for you? All right, here's a risk registry. It's a little bit different and much the same as the risk as the other thing. Register, let's see if I can find a picture of that. Have all these things I brought up just to make sure. I think I got it. Yep, this is an example. We'll bring over risk register. Now, see, when you're looking through this, this is a headache, isn't it? I mean, these documents can be a headache because we're going into detail, but without them, you got a bigger headache, right? So it's kind of like if you, well, I do this all the time. I try to give the titles of my files something where I can find them again. I put them in a place where I can find them, and I always end up losing them. You know, but I have the title name and I have the date, the version of it and everything else. But if I have it too project specific or not general enough, then when I'm through with that project, sometimes I have to go back and find it. I know I made improvements to this document. So you have to get into the discipline of doing this. When in the early days, what I used to do is have one notebook, and I had or several notebooks, and one was every single email, every single letter, every single note I got. I put it in reverse chronological order so I could go back and see every single change, right, in this notebook for communication. I had another one related to other things like risk and, you know, just the evolution of the project. So today I would do the same thing, only I'd put the files electronically, and I'd try to have everything converted to electronic files so I can look at it that way. But you know, so there's risk identification and mitigation. So this is a little bit more details, right? So we're talking about, looks like a lot more detail. We're talking about priority and impact. It has some kind of code here. So, and so as we go through it, we have action plan, action, impact. Still don't see a WBS number. Still don't see a task list. And it's probably outlined, you know, in this particular area. But if we're, and there's 2 things to think about. One is you're communicating outwardly to people who don't want all the details. And the other thing, you're trying to communicate inwardly to the people who have to know the details, people on your team, yourself, you know, you have to remember those details. A lot of times projects are small enough, you know exactly what they mean, and it may not be a big deal. But if as the project gets bigger and bigger and bigger, chances are the project manager might be replaced in the middle of it because they find another job, they get on a higher priority project, something else. So now someone has to come in and has to read what you were thinking related to this, and they don't have the configuration management of that project in their brain like you do. So it should be so that someone else can read it and understand it. That's a good test. So there's action, comments, action. I like this risk score, you know, and the color coding. And if you go over here, scoring, this kind of gives you an idea. This is another tab and it just explains, you know. So when you do your plans, if you don't have one or register or log, what you want to do is you want to think about, well, I need to use this 5 years from today, or I may have to go back and look at it. So I have to have enough information so I can justify that in some cases in a court of law, because some decision you make could blow up something else. So you got to make sure that you can go back and look at it. All right. So let's see, we got 5 minutes till we go to a lunch break. So let me see, we'll just keep going down the list. Okay, there's risk register, risk management, risk identification. Purpose is identify as many risks as possible using information gathered from all the stakeholders, from past history, from outside experts, from team participants, from research, from anything else you can think of, because we better we are at that. So now we take this risk register, the WBS, the risk breakdown structure. That's what I was trying to say. It's similar to WBS, and you see that now we're getting a little bit more detail. So under technical risks, maybe the existing hardware is incompatible with what we're trying to buy. Maybe existing software is. Maybe we have network issues that are technical risks. Maybe we have a fleet of cars, they're outdated, and a fleet of trucks, so we don't have enough. Maybe there's facility issues, like we can only store so much in our facility, and we have to have a bigger facility, or maybe bigger doors, or maybe more storage, or anything you think of. More projects in the future. So this would be a positive opportunity. If we do this really well, we may have more projects in the future, and that'll bring in more money and secure my job for the future. Management risk, lack of support, funds on time, schedule, team. So anything you can think of related to management. Could be project management, could be other things. Commercial risks, cost, vendors, cost of money, clients, those kind of things. There's also oftentimes you see another category, say financial risk or something else. And it could be a vendor risk. So this may have several different other boxes here. I just gave you an example. External risk. Well, if we're working outside in storms, maybe winter's a risk. We got to finish it before winter because we're laying a pipeline in Alaska. Maybe war-torn area, maybe politics, like, oh, we're going along this path. We're building a wall. Are we still building a wall? I don't know. There's external risk to us building the wall, right? Regulations, changes in regulations. All right, so anybody see anything there that they have a question about, or is this pretty straightforward? So I'm gonna ask Tim. Tim, does this look pretty straightforward to you?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Yes.
All right. So that's a good way. And then it ties to the work breakdown structure. There's risk breakdown structure. There's also resource breakdown structure. Both are RBS, so there's other things too. So, but if this makes sense, I'm gonna go on. Now this is pretty straightforward, but this is useful in planning. Teams should try to develop all the risks, identify all the risks. My mouth is working fast, or my mind's working faster than my mouth. So my mouth's trying to catch up. So let's see, we got 2 minutes. So use documentation reviews. Information gathering techniques could be brainstorming, could be interviews. If you're working on a project to improve somebody's processes, chances are you want to go and interview everybody, right? Root cause analysis, we talked about that during the quality part. And Delphi technique. So this is where you talk to different subject matter experts maybe, and you give them opportunities to participate. But we're also maybe they do it individually, and we might look for different risks that are known, and maybe different risks that may be applied in different ways. Teams should try to identify all risks. So there's different types of tools, and risk register is a place you might use it. Checklists and assumptions. You want to document your assumptions of why you think this is a risk and your risk problem, when you're doing planning. And diagramming techniques, there's cause and effect diagrams. Remember the fishbone diagrams we used in quality. System process flows, so flow charts may be a way to diagram it. These are graphical ways. And then we'll also look at influence diagrams and then SWOT analysis. So this is the last thing. We got 1 minute to do it. I think I can do it in 2. Is that okay? And then, well, I tell you what, it just turned over 12 o'clock. So we'll start here. And you might have seen this before. If not, you're going to get to see it for the first time. And it's pretty cool. I think you'll like it. So I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. And we'll come back and do it where we left off. Feel like I have to rush you guys through this because of the limited time, but all this stuff is important when you look at the PMP. All right, so it's 12:30 your time. And Jacob, that's cheating. Looks too good to be on nationwide television, or at least Tennessee-wide. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start. Let me see the thumbs or faces of people who are here. Rob, I see you. I see Harris. I see Tim. I see Mia. Eric, are you there? Jacob, I know you're there. I've been watching you fix that. Alex. Joseph. All right, so a couple people still seem to be out a little bit, but I'm gonna go ahead and go forward. This is what I call the storms of chaos model. And if you think of this, it's also to help you get an idea of strengths and weaknesses of the organization. So this is the kind of thing, when I say strategy, this is kind of what I'm looking at. But we're going to apply this to the project too. It's general enough where we might be able to do that. So if we think of just trying to look toward the future and see the opportunities and threats out there and the strengths and weaknesses, then this is what the tool I like to use. The first thing, let's see, usually I say something like this. So your company is floating around. Does this look like the environment your company is in? Does this look like the environment? It's smooth sailing. You have this nice little boat. It's just sailing along, no big problem, right? So it's probably not like this. I use this example sometimes, and I'll take a whole stack of paper. Sometimes if I'm presenting this somewhere, I may bring a whole stack of paper, and I'll say, well, what if this paper represents your whole project, or this paper represents your whole yearly income, right? The stack of paper. It's all on unmarked pages. There's no page numbers or anything else, and it's everything you did to get paid this year. And now you got to take it across town to the IRS to prove that you actually worked your income and got it in somehow. You walk out your front door in a big gust of wind, and I throw the paper everywhere, and the paper flies everywhere. I said, what do you do first? Because that's kind of an example of chaos. And so the answers I get, Rob, what do you think you'd do first if that's the case?
You mean after I got over the panic attack?
Yeah, the panic attack may be the first thing, but so give
Probably
me one,
assess the situation,
yeah, maybe assess situation.
come up with a plan of attack.
Yeah. So Tim, what might you do in addition to that? Eric.
I would drive very carefully.
All right, Tim said that. All right, Eric, what might you do? All right, so I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking that this doesn't represent your environment. This probably represents your environment where you're actually in a storm. So if I had that situation and all my papers fell everywhere across the street, flowing up and down the street, first thing I'd do is gather them together, grab all I can. And the second thing I might do is categorize it, right? And so I'd put them in different categories because I got to recreate what I had to stack in. And it may take a long time, but this is, month 1, month 2, month 3, whatever category makes sense to me. But that's what you do in chaos. And that's what you do when you're thinking about, well, the whole risk is complicated, right? There's so many different ways risk could happen. There's so many different things you consider. So I would categorize it kind of like this. If this is a company and we're doing a strategic planning, or if this is a project and we're kind of thinking about the strategy of managing the risk and everything, I would think about, well, there's things I can see coming. Those are foreseeable future events. And I look at that as the waves. I can see those waves coming and I can see what direction they're coming from, and I can steer the boat into those waves. So waves are the foreseeable future events. And with those foreseeable future events, there's opportunities and threats, right? So tell me what foreseeable future events you see coming in your own lives right now. Alex, can you give me a foreseeable future event? How about Harris? You guys may be on mute. Joseph. All right.
There's a
Lucas.
contract change coming.
A contract change. So we know it's going to happen. We can see it coming. That'd be a good example related to a project. Another foreseeable future event may be, well, we know spring is coming, and during spring, things happen, or winter's coming and things like that. So those are things we can steer into. Those are good examples. There's opportunities in the waves we see coming, like that contract change may bring us more money. Or there's threats that contract change may bring us less money. Maybe you have to renegotiate somehow. All right, so if we were to brainstorm and we had a group of people, we might brainstorm, what waves do we see coming, right? And so the next thing may happen is there's things that hit us out of blue. That's unforeseeable future events, could happen, may or may not happen. We don't know. So before this election, before we still don't know the election, because it looked like Biden's winning, right? But there's still so many different things out there as far as lawsuits and everything else, and people are making accusations of different things that happen, and so we don't really know 100% of what's happened. We think we know what's happening, but we don't really know. Well, and for example, if we were in New York, we knew that airplanes could fly into buildings, right? And we had actually a B-17, I think, during World War II or shortly after World War II, flew into the Empire State Building. And every building built after that time had to consider that airplanes may fly into it, but we didn't expect what happened still. So it's unforeseeable future events. We maybe key people on our team may leave. If we have one programmer that knows how to do SQL, and that's the person we're relying on, that person, we may feel like they may be pulled away on other projects. They may leave the company. They may need help. It may be bigger. So we try to think about those unforeseeable future events, unforeseeable future events. And we do that project by project, but we manage that from our ship, which is a project team, right? So we say, well, we have to have contingencies for this possibility, even though we don't think it'll ever happen. That's the type of thing. And we prioritize that. We know these are going to happen. We don't know if these are going to happen, but these are really disastrous if they do. Let's plan for both of them. And so that's lightning of unforeseeable future events. So we might say, okay, guys, let's think of any lightning that can strike us. There's opportunities and threats in the lightning. You know, for example, the lightning may hit our company, but we're uniquely qualified to solve that problem. And we see that coming from where we are. All right, so now we have opportunities, threats, lightning. And see, so far it's a little bit easier now. We're not just focusing on threats and opportunities. We're focusing on what are the future trends coming? You know, what can hit us out of the blue, you know, that we don't expect, like president leaving the company, you know, that kind of thing. Maybe our key stakeholder leaves the company, and that's lightning that will strike us because that's the one pushing for it, right? All right, so now buoyancy is everything supporting us. That would be our relationships within the team. That would be our team's relationships outside of the project. They may have, you know, their family. We want to support their family because if we mess up their family relationship, it can mess up our project too, you know. And if we, you know, for example, we keep them, that's one of the reasons for Agile, by the way, because people were forcing people to work around the clock and do all kinds of things. So by putting it into smaller chunks where they have a more reliable workforce, it also, one of the reasons for Agile is to keep from burning out the key people who are doing the programming. And that was one of the reasons. So it's really, some of it's related to buoyancy. Supporting if the company, there's company issues like the relationships with all the people in the company, the HR things that have to happen, rest and relaxation, you know, everything that's keeping our team afloat if we think about projects. And so what we might do is we might also say, okay, what is it that we have to secure as far as buoyancy to our team to make it, you know, our project to make it acceptable. All right, so anybody want to give me an idea of buoyancy that you've realized in real life somewhere? That's kind of a hard concept for some people to think about.
So would an example be, for instance, where CNS's IT staff beefed up the ability to do teleworking as a result of COVID?
Yeah, it could
to add some more buoyancy to allow teleworking to take place?
Yeah, it could be. It could be, I mean, it could be outside your control too. It could be your, you know, for example, I gave examples on another thing about church and social interactions, you know, whether it's your church, whether it's some other social interaction, whether it's something else. So all of that helps people to be, feel like they have a life too, right? And feel like they're bigger spiritual thing. Remember last time we talked about the different layers. So that it could be something like that. It could be all kinds of things, but you know, they have family responsibilities, but their family's important to the buoyancy of your project, because if the family relationship isn't strong, then a lot of times people lose interest and lose motivation. So you want to keep that buoyancy. You want to do things from the ship to keep the buoyancy going. Now you could design the ship to be in a pond or an ocean, you know, and you may have different buoyancy issues with that. Any other ideas? Or I mean, it's very broad. Anything that helps you get where you're going. All right. So everything else is the opposite. Buoyancy is kind of like a two-sided coin. With the support of the family, there's also family responsibilities that could slow down your project. You know, for example, if one of the children of someone in your project team gets COVID-19, you know, then that could slow down your project, because now they're focusing on their responsibilities more than, you know, the love and nurture and everything over here. This is responsibility over here. But there's also other things. There's competition, you know, maybe competition for the people within your company. Maybe there's social and political things that are going against what you want to do. Maybe like I said earlier, kind of tongue in cheek, are we still building the wall? Well, socially, maybe we're not. Politically, maybe we're not. So that could slow down the project. It may come from outside, but there's also storms inside. Like it could be conflict within people in your company, you know, in your team even, or even between the stakeholders. Like they're pulling on your team, trying to get two different projects done, and you're representing this project, someone else representing this project. So that could be the storm too. So what you're going to do is you're going to brainstorm with your stakeholders and your team. Well, what are the storms out there that we have to take consideration of? Each time we're looking for opportunities and threats. These are the storms that are going in our favor. Those are opportunities. These are storms going against us. Those are threats. Now, opportunities and threats are positive and negative, right? So even with 9/11, there were positive changes that happened that if we were in the security industry, we would have got benefits from, right? And so, every time there's a cyber attack, a major thing, if we're in the security side on IT, then there's positive things coming out of that, even though it's a big negative. So you think along those lines. Now, all of these work together, and the only thing you have control of is the project, right? And so from here, you're looking at strengths and weaknesses. So you say, well, these opportunities and threats from the waves, we have strengths and weaknesses within our company, within our project, that we need to consider on how we're going to address each one of those. So what we might do is we might think of, okay, here's the opportunities, threats for the storm. What are our strengths and weaknesses? Take advantage of the opportunity. What are our strengths and weaknesses to guard against the attack, guard against the storm itself, the negatives, the threats. All right. Lightning, we do the same thing. We say, what are our strengths and weaknesses from the company that guard against that? Now, I put this model up here. This is Rupi's model that I was talking about to another group. But in this case, I'm thinking, what are my opportunities and threats? What are my strengths and weaknesses? And what are the gaps between leadership and the opportunity, leadership and the threat, leadership strengths and weaknesses against those? And then I'm thinking about what are the cultural issues related to each of these? So what can I do from my ship culturally? Or do we have the right makeup of the culture in order to make that happen? And that's broad. It could be, does our company accept this, or are we working against the culture of the company? And then I'm thinking customer focus. Are we even focused on the right thing? Do we have the right relationships with the customer in order to ask for more money because this lightning comes out? Is this a strength or a weaknesses? Have we messed the customer over enough times where we're weak? We haven't lived up to our promises and those kind of things. And then team, that's everything to do with people. Team, it's really people, but it's team building and conflict, and we have the right people. This is core competencies and skills. Do we have the right strength in our core competencies? Is this a weakness? This will happen. We have a weakness here. We don't have one SQL programmer, and this lightning over here could mean that person leaves. Where's our backup plan? And then processes and systems, and then performance measures. All right, and then we could go and talk about trends, same way. We talk about buoyancy the same way. So with that said, Mia, what do you think? I see look like you had a thought.
I didn't. I just noticed that I was not muted. So.
Okay. All right. Well, good. So if you have a thought, anybody, Tim, anybody, does anything in here, does it make sense? Does it look like it might be some way that you can kind of organize your thoughts on risk or those kind of things? Anybody? Any questions? All right. I'm going to think that means that you love it, right? That's what it means. Thumbs up if you can use it somewhere. So the whole point here is it's real easy to communicate this to a team of people. You're thinking about waves. What trends we see coming out there? Think about lightning. What could really hurt us or be in our favor, out of the blue? And then think about, well, what are we doing to make our lives, this happen, the buoyancy, keep our project going forward and everybody happy. And the storm, what are we doing that really hurts us and is attacking us? And you think opportunities and threats, and then think about what you can do about it and the strengths and weaknesses. Maybe you can't do anything about it. That's a big weakness. So you have to enlist the help from somebody outside And so your contingency plan is, if this happens, I'm going to go to my stakeholders, I'm going to go to my champions of this project, and I'm going to get them involved. This is a trigger where I'm going to get them involved. So it just helps you to organize your thoughts a little bit.
I did have a thought.
All right. Mia, did you say something?
Yes, I did have a thought. If I could.
Okay, good.
So the buoyancy is resonating to me relative to this entire program, right? Because we've been talking about resilience and building resilience into our systems and into our processes. So that's what you described there relative to buoyancy will contribute to.
Yeah, and it could be anything like that too. And when I think of all of these things on the outside, I really think they're outside. I think this is the exterior stuff. You have some of this on the interior, like you have waves of what are we doing wrong from inside the ship, but really this is what you have control over, right? So with the buoyancy, you can design your ship to be extra buoyant, or you can design it to be a submarine, or, it just depends on, it's kind of a case by case of what you need. Right. And because, every project will be different, and some things for this seems to be timed. It keeps going without me touching it. So let's see. Risk mitigation plan should identify risk and severity of the ranking. So here's risk categories, could be technical or could be scientific, administrative, organizational, could be environmental, cultural. It could go down to 7 attributes, too. Cause of risk, poorly defined requirements. That's a big cause of risk. That's ambiguity, right? Lack of qualified resources, lack of management support. That's the leadership issue, right? And this is the people issue. Poor estimating. That's the core competencies issue. We're not doing our job well. And then inexperienced PM, that's a core competency issue. The task specific risks could be, all over the place. That could be in the processes. You can think of that. If I'm thinking that 7 attributes of excellent management in the mobile. Risk tools, then we have a bunch of stuff like this. All right, so now let's go look at the risk tool as an example. So this is one of the risk tools. I have this one ready to look at. All right, so here we have, there's only one page, and it says major project requirement, and this is kind of a checklist. So we're going down this, and we're saying total team, FTE, and person years. So, and then it has business process change. And then, so if we go down this risk tool, we're kind of helping us describe the overall risk, project timeline, and then we're rating ourselves, and let's see if it goes down a little further. I mean, this is a pretty long tool. So I'm going down further. It's still on high risk. For each of the, it looks like everything's high. Probably just, this is as an example, it's set at high, and then you bring it down. All right, assumptions, so there's a way to kind of look at each of these risks that this company put together, and they came up with a tool to help them identify what high, medium, and low risk look like. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that. And
I used a similar model like that before, Craig, when I was instituting a change in how an IT organization assessed risk.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it was just instinctive. Everything was high. So we changed the interface. Instead of just putting a number to it or a value, they had to answer questions.
Yeah.
Does this impact the entire company, one organization, one team, and then based on the questions, the algorithm would assign, okay, this is your risk.
Right. And so that's a really good point, Rob, because every time you make a decision, it's based on some criteria, right? So if you go at a too high a level, then it's real easy to say, you know, we'll just make it worst case. But if you start using that criteria and those questions related to that criteria, then you can get a little bit more specific. And that may tell you, you know, what's our risk of the financial market, you know, or what's our risk of not finding materials? Well, what about sheetrock? What about lumber? What about, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so that's a really good point. But, you know, by doing that, now you went from 1 page to 100 pages, you know, whatever. It's going to be more work, and more work is not necessarily bad. It just means that you are putting rigor into the system. And a lot of times on very big projects, there's a project manager and then there's a project engineer, you know, and there may be several project engineers may serve under one project manager. And those project engineers may keep track of that kind of thing, right? And a project manager may say, okay, we have a risk project engineer, or we're working on risk right now. I need you guys to go after that. And, you know, the bigger the project, the more resources you might have. All right, but that's a good point, Rob. All right, let's see. Perform qualitative risk analysis. So there's a qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative is hard to, you know, it's intangibles a lot of time. So we have all these same things. Let's see, qualitative subject process may look like this. So probability rankings from, you know, percentage wise, and may impact each risk amount minus the amount at stake. So there's just different ways to do it. So we're going to look straight into that. Let's see if there's anything here. So data quality, categorization, probably. Okay, so we're going to get a little bit. This is what the probability and impact matrix might be good for, right? So if we think about it, there's threats and opportunities. We named a bunch of them already, right? We went through that tool, came up with threats and opportunities. And so now we're looking at whether this is a negative threat side, a positive opportunity side, and if it's a very high probability and a very high positive impact, then we might score that, right? And this might be another way to score it, you know, as far as threats. So there's good and bad extremes for both of those. So this would be very low very low probability and very low negative impact. And it's the same value as over here. And some people could put a plus on one side and negative on the other side, you know, but you're really not adding them up because, you know, average of any number, well, let's see. Yeah, the average of any good or bad is going to equal 0. So you're not adding these together in this case. You might add them together if you put one side negative, one side positive. Because 0 is not good necessarily. 0 just means the average. If it was, I don't know if that made sense, but let's go. So have you seen this chart before? Anybody? We've been talking impact, and we've been talking probability. And so this is one way to look at it. Okay. So now there's the quantitative
Craig,
side.
if you go back to that previous one, the one I've seen at CNS, they use this to kind of map the current state as well as their planned future state. So they'll like show the number of where they're at right now, and then based on whatever mitigation or changes that they're proposing, it'll show how they're going to progress to, you know, a better score.
Yeah, and so to add that, see if I understood this right, and correct me, Rob, but if I veer off, let's say we have a threat which was high probability and high impact, and someone says, well, what are you going to do about it? And so we're going to say, well, if we do these 10 steps, then we think we'll lower the impact down to something threat. The probability is still high, so we're lowering the impact. Let's say that we, you know, whatever we have to do to lower the impact. And then if we also can lower the threat from very high, the probability of it happening from very high, then we might be able to get down to this number.
Exactly. And then they put some dates to it to show when they, how they're going to progress there.
Yep. So that would be the risk register and the risk log and all those things would come in play. And then the threats and opportunities may come from our brainstorming using, I showed you the example, the storms of chaos. I love that because I developed it. I mean, I love that model, but it makes sense to me because everything I see is kind of in pictures. I have to think in terms of pictures. All right, so now that's the qualitative side. So we don't really have numbers for it. We just have criteria that we're looking at. We're creating indexes. Index would be two numbers, kind of like the picture of the one-to-one comparison we used. So if you think that same process of looking at criteria and coming up with weighted value and come up with a impact and probability of happening and all the different criteria and all that kind of stuff, then that's because we don't really have a number we can measure, right? We're trying to quantify intangibles, but sometimes we have a number. So in this case, we're looking at numerical, maybe financial, maybe schedule related stuff. And we have real numbers. This is a number related to, we're going to lose this many days. This is a number, we're going to lose this much money. And so it becomes a little easier to calculate. It's still a guess, it's still an estimate, and it's still based on some kind of formulas we put together, but we can show numbers and costs and things like that associated with it. In some cases, we may never get this place because the qualitative side is good enough, but in some cases we need a little more information. And so a way we do the estimates, we may estimate the monetary value. We may do decision trees. We'll show an example of that. We may have, expert judgment, which sounds vague, and we may have the 3-point estimating. Everybody remember what the 3-point estimating is? Most likely, least likely, are most pessimistic, most optimistic, and most likely. So those are the 3-point, and it comes up with a PERT number, even here. And then there's statistical methods and other things we can use. Let's see, decision tree. Let's see what next. So here's an example of decision tree. I was going to create one, but I decided just to take one off the internet. So if you go to this link, you'll find where I got this. But in this case, this is a pretty good example. There's the decision node, here. And then this is the chance, we either go there, we go there. And this is what they call the end of the branch, where it tells you the value. So if we maintain this and we go up here and we get there, then would be an example of that. And then there's formulas go along the way. It's 10%, start off here and that kind of thing. And I'm not sure these numbers work out, but that's what we would do. We would calculate. So that's an example of a decision tree. Let's see what else. All right. So this is an example of another way to look at it. This is a tornado diagram, and it kind of gives us a sensitivity analysis of what's going on. So that's low, that's high. This may be good, that may be bad, or vice versa. And so useful life, in this case, this part's good, right? And so we can make decisions based on looking at the forces that are pushing and pulling us in different direction. This is another, if you Google search a tornado diagram, it can show you a bunch of examples. Okay, what time we got? We're not too, we're going long. We got 30 minutes, so we got plenty of time. All right, so the next thing is risk response. So risk mitigation is only one possible risk response. And so when I think of risk mitigation, I'm thinking of what are we doing to fix it, right? So the outputs may be a risk management or mitigation plan, risk mitigation, risk management plan, risk register, those kind of tools may be outputs. Let's see. All right, so let's see, I think I have other charts I want to show you, but let's see. A response for top risks may include eliminate the risk altogether before they even happen. So if we say, well, if we use this software, they're going through they're merging with another company. So if we're using this software, they may not have as good an organizational support structure as we need. So let's go with a company that's not in that risk. So we eliminate that risk altogether by going with the company that doesn't. So we can decrease the probability or the impact, along the way. And Rob showed us an example of that, or told us about an example. Responses for a lower priority risk may include do something if the risk happens, we have contingency plan, or do something if the contingency plan is not effective. So what do we fall back? So we may say that we need this software in order to do our monthly financial information, right? But our fallback plan, we do the same thing we've been doing, and we cut off that new software if we don't meet these deadlines, if we don't meet these milestones. So we have a fallback plan, and it's really something that we say, well, contingency plan might be we're going to add 2 people to do programming, and if that fails, then what we're going to do is we're going to fall back to doing it by paper, because we've been doing it by paper all along. So we're going to do it twice. We're going to do it by paper and electronically. And that'll be an example. All right, so now if we're talking about, this is something you may want to memorize for the test. So involve teams, stakeholders, experts, and select the strategies. Risk response strategies may include avoid it, eliminate the threat, to eliminate the cause, remove work package or the person that's the risk, mitigate, reduce the impact of the probability, look for a way to fix it, right? Transfer, maybe make another party responsible for that risk. And you may purchase insurance. You may have all kinds of other things you could do. But transfer, think of transfer as insurance, right? Think of mitigation as working it out, and think of avoiding it as just taking that particular, if you're driving, if you have a teenager and they're driving from Franklin to Knoxville, I may have them avoid Nashville altogether and go one of the outside routes. It may take a little more time, but we just avoided all the traffic through Nashville, right? That's similar to that. If we added some more to it, the other thing that's in the PMBOK is acceptance. So still has avoid, still has transfer, still has mitigate. The other thing is kind of, I think of it as related to mitigation. And that is we're going to accept it, and we're just going to take that, and we might have a passive acceptance where we're going to do nothing, allow the event to happen and act afterwards if needed. May never happen, right? And the other thing is an active acceptance. We're going to work the contingency plans and follow up. So here, mitigation may be we're going to reduce it somehow, work hard to do it. Acceptance may be we're just going to go forward. If it turns out to be this way, we're going to do nothing about it and just say it's going to take us an extra week to do it. But we maybe we're communicating that along the way. Worst case, it's going to take us an extra week. And then maybe actively, we may say, well, instead of doing that, we're going to trigger this where we're going to hire the extra company to come in and do some additional work that we can do. We're kind of transferring it to another company, but if we're accepting responsibility, we're not even transferring it. That's our contingency. Does that make sense, or did I confuse it too much? All right, so anytime you think about risk, think about these things. And that's for negative risk, right? So remember, there's negative risk and positive risk. So we don't want to avoid a positive risk, right? So it's going to be a slightly different. Some risks may be left behind as an elsewhere. All right, so this one says this is for risk, and this is more for a, so these are for opportunities. So that's positive risk, right? So exploit, add work, change project to make sure the opportunity occurs. So that might be, we have in our contract, if we finish at this time, we get additional monies, right? We get a kickback. They're going to pay us more. So we might exploit that and try to make it happen. So we may put some contingencies in to exploit it. Enhance it, reverse or mitigate. Let's see. If this case, this would be the opposite of avoid. Enhance would be the opposite of mitigate, right? So the avoids the negative, exploits the positive, mitigates the negative, enhance the positive. So we're going to increase the likelihood of this probability happening by enhancing it. Share, and this might be getting another team to join in us. For example, if we know that we can make a lot more money if we finish earlier, we might reach out to another team and say, another company and say, you know what, if you come in and help us, we'll share this opportunity, and that would be a good, teaming opportunity. And then in the PMBOK, they also add accept. So exploit, add work and change, enhance, increase likelihood, share, get other people involved, make this happen, and accept, just take advantage of the opportunity as it comes. All right, did I say that right? Mia and Rob, did it come out the way I wanted it to? All right.
Yes. Sound good to me.
All right, good. Alex, thanks, Alex. Eric, does that sound okay? I got to watch myself because sometimes I tell everybody I'm nearsighted, farsighted, and dyslexic. So sometimes I may go off on a tangent that I didn't mean to. So now acceptance, again, there's a passive acceptance and there's an active acceptance. One is just wait, let it happen, see what happens. And the other is, let's see if we can make it happen in a better way or keep it from happening. So now there's contingency response strategies. So we talked about contingency plans and fallback plans. There's also, these are terms that you will probably, if you're going to go for a PMP, you probably need to know these and be familiar with that's related risk. So secondary risk, a new risk arises in direct outcome of implementing a risk response. So now we say, well, our contingency plan, we're going to bring 3 other people involved. Our secondary risk is we may have a learning curve. We're going to bring more people in, but now they got to come up to speed, right? We're not paying them to come up to speed before we need them. In some cases we may, but that's all in our plan, right? So our secondary risk, well, if we fall back to this, now we just pushed off maybe our customer, our secondary risk won't hire us for the next job they have because we had to do a fallback. We had to do a contingency plan. So a workaround, that's kind of what it sounds like. Well, this is happening. We're not going to fall back. We don't have a contingency plan. It happens. It's something negative. And now how do we work around that? So there's more than one way to do everything. So workarounds kind of fit in that. Residual risk, a risk that is expected to remain after the plan response have been implemented. And those have been deliberately accepted. So we said, well, even if we bring the other people in, our residual risk going forward is that we just added new people to our relationship between our team. Some of them, maybe somebody's really hard to get along with. We can bring them in, but the secondary risk is we're going to bring them in, and residual risk is now we got to work with them to the end of the project, and it may be, that kind of thing. So if we look at Rita McCahey, she added some stuff. I tried to divide these up, and that doesn't make sense to me how it's divided up, but that's, Rita's book covers those things. So now the risk management, here is a risk assessment. Let's see if I have that one. As an example, I think I have that one. Yeah. So all these forms, you could really probably put a lot of these in the same form. So this one's pretty good, robust. This has a place for the title. There's the document history, who owns it. There's an introduction, what we're trying to do. There's this information on the size and scope. So we're doing kind of assessment here, right? Here's some IT tools we're going to use. And this is project organizational issues for the assessment. And there's some project management stuff. And then there's other things. So you can see that the assessment, basically you can come up with, you know, what our assessment is. And it starts, the lines start blurring between the log and the register and the assessment, and all those things can be all in one set of forms. But this might be the way you grade, you know, whether this may be a triggering tool. Let's see if I can get this out of the way. The purpose for that is just to show you that, you know, there's a tool, that's a risk assessment tool. All right, implementation phase. And we're coming close to the end. It looks like we may finish a little early. And so in this part, we're in the execution phase, because all this stuff up until this time has been in planning. And then the tools the same tools we did in planning, we'd use in execution and the monitoring and control. So now we're using all those tools we came up with in the planning, and we're trying to use the risk log, use the risk registry, use the other tools we have. And then as we see something happens, the output from implementing the risk responses would be change requests. So an example of that would be, okay, we have a contingency plan, but that's not what the client signed off on. The client signed off on what we said we're going to do and everything else. So now we got to go into change requests, because it's going to change our dates and time, and, you know, when start and finish and of different tasks. And it's also going to change our costs. So we need to make sure that we get the change request in, and we got to update the documents and stuff like that. So here we have, you know, a lot of the same stuff: project management plan, other documents, the other assets, and we have information system. This is, I think, first place we see this, but this is tracking all that information, and maybe in some cases. So this is Rita McCahey's, and this is what she had under that group. So we see issue logs, you know, that's what we're going to use. And then we're going to monitoring. And like I said, we're going to finish a little early, I think. It's a big thing, but a lot of the stuff I'm showing you is stuff you got to memorize, and then you find the tools, you know, that you can use internally, but you just got to know about it for the PMP. So go back and look at, you know, what a risk log is, what a register is, and those kind of things. So here our outputs are, we're actually populating the risk register. So we're monitoring and controlling during the implementation phase. So we're using the plans, documents, agreements, all that stuff. And then we're using our expert judgment. We're looking at data, we're gathering it, we're analyzing it. We're using our interpersonal skills. We're using the project, you know, mini lists we may have in the project. And when we're actually putting that information into the risk reports, you know, and register, and we're monitoring and controlling. So now risk monitoring control involves tracking, identifying risk, identifying new risk as they come up. Because remember, we're doing this along the way. We planned it out. We put those documents, those templates together, and we actually use it during implementation. So in the control, we're actually using and identifying the risk as we go, because, you know, it's like there's known risk and there's unknown risk and there's unknowable unknown risk. And so those unknowable unknown risks, we progressively elaborate. That's one of the terms they use throughout the PMP. We progressively elaborate on what the risks are as we go forward, as time goes forward, as we learn things. Whole concept of progressive elaboration comes up several times on the PMP. So it may be that you might hear that often. Let's see, is there anything else I need to talk? Communicate risk results to stakeholders. So when you're monitoring, controlling, tracking, it's one thing, reporting it out is the next step, and then doing something about it, getting permission and change to documents to do something about it. So outputs to this, these are some, let's see if there's anything unusual. I think we talked about all that. So monitoring risk is what we're doing here. So Rita McCahey put this in her book. So change request is something I didn't see any other place. So I think that's good. And that's it. So like I said, you're going to have some more minutes back today. So you're going to be able to take a little longer break. But before we go there, I'm going to stay on. And if anybody has questions about anything, or if you want to talk about what we just went over, then now's a good time. Okay, Joseph, did I answer all your questions before?
Yeah, I believe you did, and I kind of changed how I was doing my note taking with it a little bit. So I'll try to go back and address those with that first half when I resubmit it.
All right, so here's all you need to do. You're going to work on the final, right? So just work on the final. Okay. And then as you get to a point where you think it solves what we talked about, just go ahead and re-enter that, and then let me know you did it.
Okay.
And that way you're not really doing two things, you're doing the final, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Craig,
Save you a little time. Tim,
just to
go
be
ahead.
clear, if we're going to resubmit the midterm, you just want us to do it when we're submitting the final, and just
no, do it as soon as you can.
Okay.
And then let me know. But then that way, chances are, if the sooner I do it, the less opportunity. It's like everything. If I do it sooner, you say, "Yep, he's done it," then you don't have to worry about it, right?
Okay.
And so, sooner you do it, the better. And then just communicate with me to make sure you're satisfied.
So is there a difference in how the final should be versus what that midterm was as far
Well,
as
the midterm, the only reason for the midterm was just to get you off the starting block, right?
Right.
So just that's it. So, get off the starting block, get along the way, kind of put in, equivalent. You could change your final altogether from the midterm because you may have a better thought, but along the way, so that you're not surprised that you have a lot to do at the end, right? So it's a lot of work.
The notebook concept is still the same for the end then.
Yep, same concept.
Okay.
And
so even though it changes
even
from
though
the midterm.
The midterm doesn't have to look at the final. That is just to make sure that you thought about it. It's to show that you're thinking about it, because I don't want you to be surprised at the end. And it's, like the examples I show you are pretty in depth. For example, it's a lot of work. It's not an outline. It's like, I have to use this someday. And so it's a lot of work. And so just think of it that way. And also to reiterate what I said earlier, everybody share everything you got, because you're really helping each other put it together. So if you feel like you have an article everybody should see, do it. If you put it in OneNote, I know a couple of people put it in OneNote, I think. And if that's the case, it looked really good, the ones I saw. So share that with everybody. And then, be open. Think of it as you're doing individual work, but you're really working together as a team on even your individual work. Because I think if you can figure that out, and have something really useful, then 5 years from today, you'll appreciate it more. Anyway, Rob, you got anything to say? All right, Mia, anybody else? Blake, Eric, I think some people already left, but that's it. So we're at the end, and I'll see you next week. And if you need to reach out to me, reach out to me. My number one goal is you guys look good. You look good to your organizations and your future employees and future bosses and stuff like that. I just want you guys to look good. So that's my goal.
Thanks, Craig.
All right. See ya. Omkar, do you have everything out from me that you need?
Yes, Professor. What I have uploaded the files that you told me.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So all this documents on there somewhere. All right, I think
Yes.
everybody's left, but if you need me, just reach out to me and we'll talk.
Yeah. Yes, Professor. If you need anything else from me, I'll be there online too. Just
All right,
let me
I
know.
appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate all your help because you're a big help, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm here to help too. Yes.
All right.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
sir.
Yes.
Bye.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
All right. Do you need 5 minutes today?
No,
Did you finish long back?
let's go.
What happened to you, Blake?
I'm trying a new face mask.
Well,
Trying to get rid, trying to tighten up those pores.
All right. So is everybody ready? One second. Oh, I need to close and open again. There you go. All right. So before we start, quick question. Were you able to see the simulation number 3 instructions and everything?
Yes.
Great. So due date for the report is November 30th before midnight. My advice is, well, you can start building the report from now. You have for certain 2 things. One is very similar to the last simulation, but there is 2 things. You can acquire depth into this simulation, and second, the fluctuations in the order demand is going to be pretty much with random variation among a constant variable. All right. So you're not going to have these seasonality spikes or anything. So with that being said, it's going to pretty much allow you to, once you understand what the forecasting should be around, you just go with that. So you just have to forecast at the very beginning, and that should not change. You may have to adjust to what is the variation, or you can define a standard deviation around that average that you find, but that's pretty much it. So you're not going to have the drastic fluctuations as you had in the last simulation. With that being said, you can start building the report from the very beginning in the decisions as you're making them. So every time you make a decision, document it, and you should be creating your report as you make any decision through the 2-week period. And once you finish with this, pretty much you're just waiting for the results. And you're going to have the results by, if I remember well, let me see if I can pull the schedule. I need to stop sharing screen. The simulation should be over by the 22nd. All right. So you're going to be playing with a fairly constant demand over 2 weeks. Okay. Any questions? Well, the incentive this time is going to be, I just rephrased, is 10 points over the final grade. So I thought it was going to be an advantage. So you decide how to use those 10 points, whoever the winning team is. All right. That being said, I'm going to add a little bit of pressure. For the winning team, once you know who is the winning team, please turn in the report as soon as possible so that I can validate that you're going to get the incentive. Okay. And that means that you're not going to have to do something of the final activities if you don't want to, or you can do them and use those 10 extra points just to overcome any other bumps in the road that you had throughout the semester. All right, so it's 10 points. That doesn't mean that you don't have to do something, but you may decide to. All right. Okay, so what we're gonna do today, given the time constraints that we clearly saw last session, and the amount of content that we have for today, I decided to merge 2 sessions into one. And a lot of what we're gonna be doing today is something that you already covered in your other classes. So all I'm gonna do is go through it so that you get the perspective from the CPIM certification, in case that you are still making up your mind of taking it, that you get it exactly from how they address it, and you're ready for the exam. So the first one is gonna be the application and advanced scheduling. We're gonna go through the theory of constraints very quickly, and then supporting activities, and then we're gonna jump into the concepts of just-in-time. So this is something, again, that we have seen, we have covered, and we have briefly mentioned throughout the other lectures and in other semesters as well. You're completely familiar with it. It's just how this translates into the manufacturing process and control. So there are certain things that you need to consider very important from this perspective, and how do you actually apply this from scheduling of resources, which is the part of the process of inventory management and control. So much of what we're going to be addressing here, you're very, very familiar with already. It's just the wording and terminology, such as this one, that the bottlenecks may be constraints that are outside work centers. And remember, when we are working with from the master production schedule and the shop floor control, production activity control, and all these things, we're already addressing the scheduling activities at work centers, right? So we're gonna go that the theory of constraints applied to this topic is gonna mainly be focusing on the work centers, and not from the concept that we have addressed before, just as we did with 527. The strategies that you do use for this are as well what we covered in the final sessions of 527, if you remember them. We can buffer capacity, we can buffer time, or we can buffer inventory. Over here, because of the nature of the topic, we're going to be focusing on the fluctuations in inventory. So the design goes around this concept that you are familiar with already, which is the drum buffer rope, right? So the drum is the bottleneck, all right? That's going to be where you control everything. So the constraint is going to be where we start controlling. And then we are going to buffer regarding the inventory or time around the bottleneck to compensate for the variation. And based on this concept, we're going to use the pull system, the rope, basically at the non-bottleneck resources. So this involves that from the CPIM perspective, your design can have a pull system. Let me just try to write here. So if we have these processes, and I'm going to represent the bottleneck with a square. So we're gonna be basically pulling here, and we're gonna be pulling at the end of the line, right? So these are the non-bottleneck processes and all of these. So we're gonna have an inventory of finished goods, all right? And we're gonna pull from that finished goods so that it triggers the other non-bottleneck resources here. But also we're gonna have that in coordination directly with the bottleneck resource so that we can pull from there, all right? So that's a rope. In regards to scheduling, well, that's gonna be mentioned later on, but one of the things that is important to mention here is that in the non-bottleneck, we're gonna attempt to do the the back schedule, right? So that we're gonna have, or we're gonna try to have resources needed to be finished right before they're needed. So that saves inventory, and that goes around the concept that we're gonna cover at the end, which is just in time. But we're gonna do totally the opposite at the bottleneck center, which is we're going to do the forward scheduling with the finite scheduling as we covered in the last sessions. So this is the entire logic of how the theory of constraints works with the entire system. So the network diagram as the CPM, critical path method, if you remember. So we build that based out of the routing and bill of materials. So that tells us the product network. And within the product network, we use the information of the master production schedule. And then we have all the information for capacities, to have the batch sizes, to lot sizes, the order quantities, due dates, also so on and so forth, so that we know exactly how we want to flow this through the shop floor. Then we get the historical of capacity utilization by work center. And remember, these are long averages if we want to have a good fidelity onto what is the capacity that we can get through. And then once we get all this information, we define the schedule, all right? And that's how we schedule. As we mentioned, we go around the bottleneck, all right? So that we can finish on time, and we do back scheduling into any non-bottleneck work centers or stations. Any questions until here? So you see, all I'm doing is taking the concepts that you're already very familiar with and bringing it into the language of what we have been covering this semester. So again, it's the same concept, same concept, all right? We're going to work around the bottleneck. The stage of planning when we were looking at, this was 2 or 3 sessions ago when we were talking about capacity planning. When we're dealing with the rough cut capacity planning methods, that's when we identify the potential bottlenecks. Now, you may ask, well, if I am a manager of a particular production process or of a particular facility, shouldn't I know what my bottlenecks are? The answer is yes, but remember, there are many things that could go around identifying what the bottleneck is when you have specifically changes in customer orders, because it's not solely the capacity of the machine. It's how many employees you have available to produce that at any given moment, how many materials you have scheduled for any particular period, depending on the policies that you have. If you have a frozen period where you cannot make any changes, so on and so forth. For example, when was it? It was day before yesterday, on Wednesday. We visited another customer in Greenville, Tennessee, and they have an urgency to take over a business that it used to be both a client for them, type of, and a competitor. So this company makes I forgot how to call it, but it's the horseshoe where the trucks hook up. I think we have discussed this project, this company before. So they fabricate this, and it gets mounted into some sort of frame. So this other company, which is out of Cincinnati, makes that frame. So they would send this horseshoe over there, and they would install it over the frame, and then they would send it to the end customer, which are the truck manufacturers. The company in Cincinnati doesn't want to do the business anymore. So we have to figure out how to transfer that process over this company in Greenville. And they want to start production. They don't have any information yet, but they want to start production in December. So we have pretty much 4 weeks to design this process. In any case, for this particular design, one of the things is that, especially that, they don't have documentation around what are the standard operating procedures for all the many different variety of frames that they could assemble. But these frames can be different. And one of the constraints is when it's sent to the final customer, these frames have to be shipped into LIFO. So basically they use just in time, but they retrieve from the truckload. And the first one that they retrieve out of the truck is going to be the one that they're going to be using or mounting in the production line, which is an assembly line, single piece flow. So that's going to be the last part that gets into the truck, which is also probably the last part to be manufactured into this facility. So we have those sequences, but the problem is that they only have information 10 days before, and realistically speaking, they said 4 days. They have so solid specification of the requirements. So the planning process over what's going to be the bottleneck could completely change from 1 week to another, because it depends. The line is going to be a very simple sale where you weld and assemble items, but we don't have much information as to what of these operations could become a bottleneck. Perhaps we can only deal with it as the process on the overall perspective if it becomes the processing time larger than the other operations of this horseshoe. But anyways, so based out of that, the planning period should consider the scope of the time frame of planning, so that you can get the materials based out of those lead times and determine what, for that period of time, what are going to be the potential bottlenecks. So that being said, one of the concepts that we have been dealing with lately is the floating bottleneck, which is pretty much depending on what the requirements that you flow, the product characteristics that you flow through a particular line, or in this case, work center. So from this perspective, if you remember from the factory physics, high utilization stations, so we can classify by rule of thumb that anything that is of greater than 80%, it's going to be considered a high utilization station, hence a bottleneck. So you're going to be planning everything around this to be forward scheduled, and anything that is outside, well, I wouldn't forward back schedule this too, since they're very close. but anything at the other work centers that you go here, see the difference is slightly larger, so a little bit above 60%. You can back schedule all of those work centers. And depends on the bill of materials and how the BOM behaves onto those particular parts. That's how you can schedule human resources. You can actually, if let's assume that the work center number is assigned by the sequential process that any part that has to go through. So the 101, I would say they're at the beginning, and this is probably something that goes over multiple product families. That's why they're so busy. But for example, this one that is 600 and that is not so busy, a 600 station, you could share the resources there. If you're using it less than 20% of its capacity, you can combine the human resources there with the human resources in any other of these things as you're scheduling the production of that part. That goes more around the line balancing, and it depends a lot on the financial control. How do you assign HR resources over different jobs? But if it's a system that is flexible and you can reassign people over multiple different work centers or work areas, that would be the most feasible option. So for the design of buffers, we already discussed the safety stock and safety lead time. So basically, the strategies here is that we're going to be doing safety lead time when we have sequential orders at the bottleneck, right? And the safety stock is going to be basically if we work from a concept of the make to stock part, if we can assign a make to stock before the bottleneck, so that stock serves a bottleneck every time that we need to change or shift the setup on what product we need to produce. All right. Yet again, these are exactly the same concepts that you're already familiar with. In regards to the lot sizing, well, the big difference here is going to be that we're going to have to calculate differently for bottleneck and non-bottleneck resources. All right. So if we have the finished item, we want to make sure that this is always working, but that also we have the versatility to get the products and as finished goods that are matching the demand, right? So for that sense, we'd split the orders within the non-bottleneck resources, and then we can combine them back at the bottleneck so that the bottleneck is always working, all right? So how do we manage this schedule? Again, you already know this. We work around the bottleneck, and that's where we release the schedule. We can move work out and outsource if we need, all right? We do material release in the non-bottlenecks only when, and remember, we're gonna follow back scheduling here so that we finish right on time before it's needed, so that we avoid great accumulations of WIP from this, especially if the slack time between that operation and the subsequent, which is a bottleneck operation, is large. And we just have to make sure that, generally speaking, we have that stocking policy, which could be a supermarket, right before the bottleneck so that we can shift very quickly to any changes in the demand or for what the requirements are. All right. So this is nothing else than the theory of constraints translated into the language of the manufacturing process and control, MPC. Some of the issues that you will find, well, pretty much that stress that means that you're going to have everything at the expense of the bottleneck, and that's going to be your trigger of everything, and you should pretty much go around the clock on the bottleneck. All right. Second, looking at the other processes being idle, all right, avoiding the overproduction, and we have discussed that already. And well, communication, I would say in general, because one of the things that we have faced going back to this facility that makes furniture, the biggest issue that they're facing to make this system work is communication. And that's where we're working around. Assembly is the pacemaker right now, but from an overall standpoint, is not necessarily the bottleneck, because the scheduling that gets released over the other facilities does not follow the same policy that it's followed at the assembly plant. And for as strange as it sounds, it's only at the assembly plant that they are strictly following the schedule as they release every week a new schedule. They call it summaries. And it's only at this facility assembly that they follow exactly the order that it was given to them, but not at the other facilities. But it has proven that, for example, there is a facility that makes all the fabrics. They have a lot of errors. So if you go overall with the quality and the sequencing of how they do the job, they don't do a very, very good job. So there is the concept of just in time is exercised only at the end, but not in the supplying plants. And without that, it doesn't work as it should. And it creates all the problems that are pretty much right now the responsibility of assembly, because that's where they become visible, although it's not their fault. But you know, the dynamics in organizations are always interesting. So the main contributions to the manufacturing process and control from theory of constraints is that it facilitates the execution of the master schedule. It allows, in combination with the other techniques that we're going to see later, with just in time, obviously, you have a less working process, you have reduction in lead times, and you increase your inventory turns. And it also supports, because of the way that you can control. So this goes hand in hand into how you use just in time. It eliminates conflicts between the materials and how the finite scheduling is executed for other resources regarding capacity. So, any questions until now? Nothing that is new, is just rephrasing the language for all the concepts that you already knew.
That last phrase that you mentioned, Dr. Enrique, could you elaborate on that a little bit more? The conflict between, yes.
Right, so in the planning process, basically, you remember the concept of finite scheduling, right? That we have only certain amount of time for every work center to work. And we only have certain materials that can be brought any given time. So these are the material requirements. So the theory of constraint allows that basically because we only have a certain time available for a particular work center. Let's call it the first shift, 8 hours or 9 hours per day. So we reconcile through the theory of constraints that we're only gonna need certain type of materials for a particular resource during that particular time frame, right? Because we need to keep that resource active during that period of time. That's the finite scheduling concept.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so it's 2:01. Let's take the first break, 5 minutes, and we'll come back. All right, let's continue. So in the scheduling, we also have 4 supporting procedures. Besides the sequencing rules that we covered last session, and I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that part at the beginning of the lecture. So the sequencing rules that we covered are rules that we can still apply and utilize in combination with the things that we are covering today. That being said, we can still use any sort of information from those sequencing rules and combine with any of these strategies. Obviously, some of these sequencing rules may become more relevant to a certain particular set of these strategies or procedures. So in the sense of the theory of constraints, we can assign different rules at each non-bottleneck, but we have to remain consistent within the bottleneck. And we can, at the bottleneck station, we can even work, if we have a good design into the, let's assume that the bottleneck station is directly connected, not to a process, but to a supermarket, we can work with bottleneck station to get through the shortest operating time, because we're just dealing, and remember, one of the rule, the parts of the sequencing rules is that we were working at the one machine center, right? So we assume that we can deal with the bottleneck process as a unique, independent center, work center, all right? Single machine. So that being said, the next 4 strategies would require in different levels the combination of the other sequencing rules. So let's go to the first one. So we have that due date procedure that whatever was the soonest due date, that was gonna be the job or work order that we were gonna schedule first, right? So in that sense, we have to consider different parts, and that goes over the whole manufacturing process. And we, most of the times, can or have the freedom to assign the due dates that we have for a particular job order. It's in very certain circumstances that we will have a very particular due date if we are supplying to another manufacturing process. But in general, we can assign our own internal due dates. And in that sense, the elements that we can combine into the due date is going to be the total work content. So we can assign 3 different strategies to pretty much decide how the due date is going to be contemplated. So the first one is a constant method that it means that all manufacturing jobs are going to have the same lead time. All right. And that's going to be at the receive date. So if I receive an order today and I know that all jobs that I receive are going to be due in 5 days. So I receive an order today, this is going to be due in 5 days. I receive the order tomorrow, that's going to be due in 6 days from today. And that's the constant allowance time for all manufacturing jobs. So that's the one, a very simple rule. The second rule, it has the waiting time or the slack time equal to all jobs. So the due date is set equal to the receive date plus the sum of all the processing times plus a fixed additional slack time. So this has a little extra buffer as we add that particular slack time. And this is generally something that becomes useful when we know that there's a certain amount of variation that we don't know, right? Most companies that don't have a very good control of their flow times, they would recurse to this slack time allowance, all right? The third strategy for the due date is that we're going to assign based on the total work content for that job order. All right. So it's a slack time proportional just to the work content. So if we have standard times, or if we have in general the from the bill of materials how much it takes to get through all the components on a particular job order times the number of elements in that job order, we're going to assign a slack time that is proportional to that job. So let's call it 10% or 20%. That is a percentage that could come from historicals in the distribution, the normal distribution that you have, the variation that could occur in the past around that particular or similar job. But this particular percentage has to be by default designed, so that if the total work content of the order that I'm receiving today, let's say, is 3 days, and I have a policy that is 10% of that slack time, so I'm going to have to use the 0.3 of a day into the equation. All right, so that's going to be the added time to the total work content, and that's going to be my due date. So my due date is going to be 3.3 days. All right. Does that make sense? All right. So that's the due date policy. The second one is dynamic due dates. This is called maintenance of due dates, maintenance of due date scheduling. And this is basically something that is more realistic because we can change policies as new orders come in. Remember that we had in the example of last week that the reason why the due date, the scheduling by the due date, having the priority with the shortest due date was going to have a great impact into the whole processing of the orders. And that was because the last order, I think it was last order first processing. The last order was also the shortest one. So that was the impact. We may receive orders every single day. There are companies that take orders only in very specific timeframes. Let's call it the first 10 days of the month, or every Monday, or whatnot. But in a flexible environment, you can receive orders in any given day. And the conditions of those orders that you receive may change the overall scope of what you decided to do yesterday. And I believe that in the shop floor, that's something that goes more realistic, that the conditions that you thought you were going to have yesterday are not exactly the ones that you expected. And these conditions may change again tomorrow. So whatever you planned to do would have some urgency or some expedited order because of whatever reason, or because something happening to the system. So dynamic due dates are very, very useful if there is a policy behind it. All right. That's the most important concept for this. There has to be a policy into how and when you're going to change your due dates based on the overall landscape of what you have to do. So you get a new order today that is due in X number of days, but you have one order that is being processed right now that has a certain level of priority flag. That should be some policy deciding, well, doesn't matter how many orders, as long as I have this priority order in the shop floor, I should finish that one before I change the way that I'm going to go through the processes. Now, this has to go into some sort of optimization policy as well, because if you design a good policy around how do you do the dynamic due dates, you can improve your customer service and reduce inventories, all right? You may receive a requirement for an order that is very short. So you remember the shorter operating time is the most effective scheduling policy. So you decide if you want to take it and shift to that order. It would be very useful, for example, if you're already doing an order that won't require you to make a setup. So you're doing already that today and you receive this new order, then complete that order that is much smaller and continue with the other order, which was much larger. So, but it has to be well thought. From the lead time management standpoint, it goes around the concepts that we covered in factory physics. So the first two, pretty much with from lean standpoint, setup reduction and the runtime, there's nothing else that could be added, but there's a lot of work that could be done into the move and queuing time. These, I guess, goes more solid into the concepts that you already learned from 527. The transfer time, the batch sizing, and how much time do you want to spend in the queue? When do you allow the queue to grow? And that's exactly the principle here that goes around the back scheduling, which is reducing queues. So if you back schedule stuff, your queue is going to be short because you're going to be using the materials that you finish as soon as they're needed. So basically, in this sense, the concept that we're going to cover with just-in-time and Kanban, it is going to be the most useful item to manage the lead time. The other concept is what to do when we have the limited labor. And that's what we were discussing in the concept of theory of constraints. So basically, cross-training, having temps, and assigning people to multiple work centers, which goes already along cross-training, or may have the same function, it's just a different area, would allow you to work around these labor constraint systems. There's nothing much else that we can say about this. And over here it goes in hand with what we were discussing, the transfer batches and the group scheduling, and it is exactly what I was mentioning. So I'm going to jump directly to the example. And in here, what we see is that the lot splitting technique allows you to pretty much complete the order in a much sooner time. So in that lot splitting order of the order, the one thing that is called the group scheduling is that concept that I was mentioning. If you are working in an order right now that is exactly the same as another one that doesn't require setup, then just accept that particular order. A sequence to do this is basically to take the transfer batches and process them. So these are the transfer batches, and these are different operations that we have in any given work center. And if there is not a transfer batch that is in queue and we receive a new order, then we can go and take that order before we make a change in the setup for the new run. And that's the group scheduling. Just seeking for pending orders that have the same characteristics of my current setup. All right. In both cases, what you want to do is to minimize the changeovers over a particular set of orders, because again, remember that we said that setup time reduction is important, but if you have to do half of the day setups, then that's not going to be a productive time. So you want to take advantage of the setup that you have, because we are assuming that for every order that we are receiving, we have to do a setup. But if we receive another order that has the same setup, we're saving that time. All right. Any questions so far? Very simple. So we go into the next concept. I'm going to just introduce the generalities of these from the perspective of the CPIM. And then we're going to go into the second break. So, well, everybody already knows, or I have to be brutally honest, I would be disappointed if you were not familiar with JIT already, all right? So from that sense, again, I'm going to emphasize only into the concepts that are from the language that we have been speaking this semester, all right? So what are the differences that just-in-time, or if we generalize this to lean, would have into the entire manufacturing process and control from the language that the Apex and everyone that designed the production inventory management and control certification want to hear. So basically it's that the just-in-time concept would in some cases replace or eliminate the need of a lot of the controls that have been established within the interaction of the entire manufacturing process and control, which are we could have still master production schedules, but we don't need a lot of information flow within the shop floor, because that's the whole theory, that if we combine that with the theory of constraints, we will be just communicating with one process, and we just need to focus on designing the system to work for the rest of the process. That means if we have constrained workers that do not have to be all the time in a specific machine, but in a machining area, let's just call it, and that they're just following jobs that had to feed a particular bottleneck, and that the bottleneck is going to tell them when these jobs are going to be needed, that requires a complete different logic and theory about how you're going to be releasing information into the shop floor, how you're going to be analyzing your capacities, and how you're going to be calculating the flow of the materials through the shop floor. So requires still a lot of work into the macro planning. So you still need to have logistics to get things into your facility. But with this type of system, even then, when you have a tight relationship with your suppliers or your customers, you just assume that these controls are going to be working like clockwork. So the just-in-time principle assumes that it's going to reduce the complexity of the detailed material planning, the traceability of products, although this part is something that in some cases by policy is not feasible. Call it the pharmaceutical industry, that you have to track every single step of the production of the medications. It reduces WIP, obviously, and the transactions that you need. So it's sometimes, I mean, it's always said that just-in-time and ERP systems or MRP systems don't get along. But I guess if the focus is on the advantages of both, there's a sweet spot where you can make both get along. So I just wanted to bring in this as a reminder. If you remember the house of the Toyota production system, so this is the lean that had two pillars, and this one pillar was just in time, and the other pillar was around flexibility, right? Jidoka. Automation is the concept on Jidoka, if you remember, and the just in time is just to establish these systems: the continuous flow, the takt time, and the pull system. All right. So the platform for this standardized work, the continuous improvement, and the workload leveling. We're gonna cover a little bit of this in the subsequent slide, but again, what I wanted to bring this in is so that I reminded you that it's nothing new. It's just looking at the same object from a different angle. All right. So that being said, let's go into the second 5-minute break. All right. So basically, the just-in-time platform is a pillar for the entire functioning of Lean, right? And this is the one that addresses directly how things are going to move into the shop floor. As we remember, the base and the other set of things are more from the perspective of the system, the people, and the equipment. This is specific to how the flow of materials is going to happen. So when we translate or overlap just in time with the manufacturing process and control system, obviously, as we go from the back end to the front end, the influence is across the entire system, but the just-in-time has a much greater impact, hence the wider part of the triangle at the bottom with the back-end operations, which is the shop floor. So basically there is where you see the design of the system, the flow of the materials, and where you can save some of those controls that were theorized or mentioned throughout the other lectures. So just in time has the greatest impact over here, but it affects the entire system.
Enrique, you're a robot.
Yeah, Dr. Enrique, we're having some voice issues on your end.
Let me. That's a connection. Let me just check my internet. Do one thing. Is it better now?
No, Dr. Enrique, same thing.
And then I'll come back. Can you hear me better now? Yes, good. All right. So as I was saying, the influence of the just-in-time system over the back end is much greater than at the front end, but it still affects the entire manufacturing process and control system. All right. So the common elements, and here's just listways again from, I want to mention them because it's important that you know them because you take the CPIM. So it's basically the elimination of discrete batches, the reduction of work in process inventory, the workload leveling for capacity schedules, and the mixed model master production schedules, right? That's when you want to incorporate product families. And when you do that principle of one part every day. Then the incorporation of visual control systems and the linkages that you have with the vendors, all right? When we deploy this, we have to consider that it's a critical attention to start with the reduction of setup times and lot sizes, right? So as we remember, we in the conceptual diagram of our interpretation of the classic Lean, setup time reduction allows you for reduction of lot size, right? And the reduction of lot size allows you for workload leveling, Heijunka. Then we also consider the goal of zero defects and using the strategies of quality at the source, total preventive productive maintenance, and the Poka-Yoke devices. By the way, this project I was talking to you about that we have to do by December, this is one of the biggest requirements that we design with Poka-Yoke devices. But I mean, it's hard to know. We will have to go do a benchmark to the Cincinnati facility because there is no documentation about that process. Another principle is the Kaizen, continuous improvement, the engagement of workers, right? And the development of the cellular manufacturing. All of these, 527. From an MPC standpoint, the way that it's executed, it has to be deployed both for the shop floor and the purchasing department, right? Because we're aligning the requirements of materials and we want them to flow. So just in time is about the materials at the end of the day. So we want the materials moving at each stage just in time, right? That has the need of improvement in engineering designs. So that requires reduced number of plant parts and fewer levels in the bill of materials. Yet again, if you remember, I asked you this question when we were in 527. Why is it that the Corolla is the most reliable car in the world? Or why does it have that reputation? You should remember the answer.
Because if something breaks, it's easy to fix.
That's one, but it's not necessarily the why. Somebody else was gonna speak.
I was just saying that the parts are more standardized, more consistently utilized.
The parts are standard, but it's also by the segment that the Corolla is at. I guess it's a compact car or subcompact. I don't really know exactly. It's the one car that has the least number of parts. So if you reduce the number of parts, the less trouble you're gonna have, right? Another part for the execution here is the capacity loading. And because things are moving with a higher velocity, then you don't need all the complex production activity controls. All right. Again, you focus here, combined with the concept that we covered first, you focus on the bottleneck. The benefits, I mean, I don't need to go through this, but please read them over because this is part of the CPIM. But I'd rather go through this that takes us into the example. The building blocks of JIT, so that to make it work, we're gonna go around the product design, and the product design is gonna trigger the process design, and then the requirements both from the manufacturing standpoint and from the human resources standpoint. So in this very simple example, we have this pan right here and the pan handle. And if you standardize the parts, then you can start leveling and then make to stock. and have the trigger just into have a supermarket of the different panhandlers and just work it up from there. Remember, principles of this is each model during each day or a suitable short interval, right? This is especially applicable when you're working not a big variety of products and you have 3 shifts in the facility, right? Full mix production reduces inventory buildup. That's obviously. And from here, you make a big jump into annual forecasts to daily requirements. What does that mean? It means that whatever you're gonna need over the year, you're gonna proportionally reduce it to the day. So if you're gonna need, I don't know, just to make something that makes sense, 100 things are green and then 200 are red, divide that into the productive days, let's call it 200, so that we're gonna have to do that proportional every day. So if it's 100 green, we're gonna have to do what, half of it, or 1 every 2 days. And if we have the 200 that are red, we have to do 1 every day, all right? So whatever your outlook of the entire year, or again, a significant interval you're gonna do, you just translate that into how you're gonna produce on a daily basis.
Is there some formulation where you optimize that concept against the reduction of your changeovers and your setup time?
Well, basically that is something that we need to include, but there's a lot of heuristics around that, those optimization models. But yeah, I mean, that's a good question, because it basically assumes here that you're gonna not have a lot of drastic changeovers, and that, again, that your variety of products goes onto your, within a certain gamut of items. So first concept is that the changeovers required to change from one product to the next have to be potentially less than the runtime that you're gonna have for that particular product. Because if it's the opposite, then it doesn't make sense, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing.
So that's in essence. So we go back to this. Sorry. Here. For this to work, you need to have this. Your production run of what is the serial batching, that has to be significantly greater than your setup time. And if it's not, then you have to design the system to make it happen. Again, this is something that we're gonna talk at the end. Just in time is a system that might not be suitable to all the environments, all right? And I know, for example, with the nature of a lot of your processes, setup, it's something that is very, very, very hard to minimize. And that probably what you get out of it is something that gets quicker. Probably you spend a lot of time in the setup, and the product that you get, it's again, something that might not be that proportional to the environment required for just in time. But yet again, that's something that it's a consideration that you need to have. One of the assumptions that has been not included here, we're going to cover that later, is that just-in-time works really well in high volume, highly customized product families. All right. So not highly customized, low with not a high level of customization. So just continuing with this example, how do we do the design for this? Well, we just have to analyze what is the model, right? What are the forecasts and what are the variations here? So these lot sizes, we can split them up in a way that we just go around this particular model. So this is the annual forecast yet again. And this is how we are gonna send by orders. So that's how we are gonna do on a daily basis, proportional to the total. So to make it work again, we have to redesign the product around it. So this is the same product, and you see how the bill of materials goes with all of these subcomponents. Well, instead of doing that, we just go into having 4 subcomponents. This is exactly the same, but then we add 2 more that go through the final assembly. All right. So what that means is that we can have this and this and this happening in parallel instead of waiting for all of these to be completed to have the handle assembly and then go here. So that goes in the product redesign, but yet again goes along the process redesign. So instead of have the process layout, we can go and set an assembly line that goes into this logic. All right. Again, I'm gonna go quickly over this because you already know all of these things. Then that allows us to get through the Kanban system. So we have a 2-bin system here. Inventory. As long as we have these two bins or Kanbans full, this is final assembly, then we don't need to do anything here. So we take one of them, right? And it starts depleting. And once it starts depleting, it's empty. We send it back over here. And then we start working for those parts that need to be replenished. But we're working with the second one. And while we're depleting the second one, this one comes here until we use and replace that one at the end. And we just follow that cycle and finish the day and go all over again, right? You remember the Kanban application. So you remember the formula, right? It looks slightly different to what we covered in 527 just because of this element right here, which is the safety stock. And that variable, we used to say that 10% is a rule of thumb, but we already covered how to calculate the safety stock, especially when we have the variation in delivery lead times. In a Kanban situation, we're assuming that the variation of delivery is something that is within our control because we are moving this inside the facility. So the number of Kanbans has to be very tight to the application that we're going to have, in assuming that there's very little or no variation to what we're running inside the facility. So this safety stock can be a very tight policy into that 10% or something that goes along the lines of maintenance issues, material shortages, absenteeism, something that is again inside the control of our facility, something that does not depend on things coming out from another vendor or another supplier. All right. So this is where I wanted to raise that question that you had, Mia, which is that just-in-time works very good when we have the repetitive manufacturing and high volume, but some of the principles can still be applied to low volume settings, but you still need to work out these two things, which is the level loading, all right? And that's the question that you pretty much asked. Is there a formulation for that? Well, there are multiple algorithms that have been developed around it for line balancing and for lot balancing, or run balancing, if you may. And this particular thing, if you have no need for dedicated lines, you want to analyze until what point you can do that. Until what point is that feasible? It might not be something that could be deployed throughout the entire process. All right. Just in time, in the same fashion, would allow us to utilize the flexibility of the reaction time, because basically we have designed a system in a way that we can be sensitive to any changes that come, since our system has been designed to produce one part every day, right? Yet again, for this, you need to have all those prerequisites, which are standard product design, the flexibility in the manufacturing process, and the cross-training of the people. All right. If we combine this again with the scheduling policies, we can have an enhanced application of how we get through the logic. Yet again, just in time means that you're going to have a product out in the exact same sequence as is going to be needed to ship to the point of use in that particular order. But if you design this from a CONWEB standpoint, where it doesn't matter whatever happens between points A and B, then you can apply those scheduling rules to move anything in between. All you care for is the incoming point and the finished product point, or the outgoing point, right? So you can apply any of those scheduled sequencing rules in whatever order that you please that work better for those particular individual stations, as long as you preserve the order or the sequence that you had in the beginning of the line at the very end. Okay. You can rearrange the sequence in between, but it has to follow the sequence that is going to be used at the very end. All right. So when rightfully implemented, just-in-time enhances the collaboration with the organization. And I don't know, if you have a chance, just look at the facilities. I like to do that a lot on Google Maps. If you look at assembly facilities of Toyota, Volkswagen, pretty much all the big automakers nowadays, you're going to see that a lot of their suppliers are around. And there's a big development of warehouse space around the final assembly. And that is because they pretty much control the supply chain. and they want to develop these relationships where they can have that flexibility. For new suppliers, especially for companies that are growing, the hit is going to be absorbed by them. So that's one of the setbacks on doing this. If it's a good control and a good partnership with the customer, then you're going to rip off benefits as well that you're going to share with the customer. So we have 3:01. Let's take the 5-minute break and we'll continue. We're almost over with the entire concept and reaching the principles. All right, so let's take the 5 minutes. All right. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so when we're working with the relationship in the supply chain between the supplier and the customer, when you can have these couple of environments, the tightly coupled is the one that is going to be less flexible to uncertainty. So pretty much anything happening in a tightly coupled environment is very predictable. So the balance, the workload balance, the whole concept of Heijunka is working in high precision. There's a very high trust in parts coming in at the expected times, and not only that the sequence of how these parts come are always going to be in the same order. So I have mentioned the seat manufacturer that I worked for. That's exactly the relationship that they had with Nissan. The trucks, the warehouse, it was a ASRS type of warehouse, and you had this pallet or this platform where you put all the seats. So you had the back seat and the front seat. So it was pretty much like if you look at a car that has no other things but the seats. So that's how the pallet looked like. And it had to come in the exact same order. So the trucks that were going to the Nissan facility, we were sending, I think, 5 or 6 trucks, if not more per day. I would lie to you. I don't remember. There was multiple trucks that were going around the Nissan facility. Distance for the plant that I was working with for it was north of the city, where the Nissan facility was south of the city. Probably, I'm gonna say 6-7 miles distance between each other. But that's different from here, that where distances are very large. In Mexico, distances are not that big, but the density of traffic and population in shorter distance is much larger. So you don't get as fast from in a 3-mile distance as you get here. So, well, that being said, the truckloads were in the precise sequence that they had to be used at the final assembly, because everything is automated. They load these pallets into the conveyor that takes the seats, and these seats come from the ceiling to be installed into the car at the point where the process is designed to do that. And it has to follow the sequence that the planners at Nissan have established. If for any reason, and I have mentioned this several times, if for any reason the sequence was wrong, even if the seats, the right hand, the driver's seat and the passenger seat were flipped, that was implication of stopping the line. And if you stop the line, then you go with the penalty. So it was very strict. So that system was tightly coupled, all right? And in a less tightly coupled environment, you still work to develop this level of certainty, but someone has to carry the effect of that uncertainty, which is keeping inventory either at both places. When the negotiating power is with the customer, I mean, that's the one that establishes who gets to carry the inventory, because the inventory costs money, right? So whoever has the purchasing power and the negotiating power, that's the one that is not going to carry the inventory. And it happens. I saw it happening multiple times with smaller suppliers that are new in the business, that want to grow. There's a lot of small suppliers like that in the marine industry here in the area. And I see that happening, that they keep large inventories because that's a condition that has been established if they want to sell to these firms that make the boats. So those are the characteristics of that. As I was saying, if you look into the Google Maps, you can get to see that there are dedicated warehouses that their sole function is to do the cross-docking, and they're considered as JIT hubs. And they're close to the customer. Sometimes the manufacturing process is close to the customer. And this is pretty much present in every assembly of vehicles that I have been to. From a software standpoint, the system overlaps in this particular section. So basically, you take the ERP system, and there's, from a JIT standpoint, there's a completely different logic in how you manage your master production schedule, your planning and execution, and your suppliers. And this particular sector here is overlapping between the MRP and the JIT system. And accounting wise, I mean, it has to go over the same. We have these particular elements where in inventory management as well, you don't charge for the use of the part until you retrieve it from the shelf. And it is still, and that counts into the contract, but it's still owned by the supplier until you take it and put it into your own product. So all of that has to go with the accounting and the cost management. So those type of systems, you scan, you do the barcode scanning, and that's when it triggers the signal and all this type of thing, so that it goes into some sort of electronic Kanban system. So as you have all these scanned products, it's not only the financial part that it gets the information, it's also the level of inventory that the supplier need to replenish, so that you communicate that information with whatever system there is being used at the supplier. So from a platform standpoint, you can see that the benefits of JIT are wide, but building the system and creating the environment of that system is not as simple. We remember from the factory physics that there's a lot of things that have to be controlled and understood, but this is pretty much organic. Once you design the system and release it into the shop floor, it takes life by itself. And I've seen places where it's very successful. I've seen places where it falls back immediately. I've seen places where there's struggle. I've seen places where they have hybrid implementations. But at the end, a well-designed system is the one that works for you, right? You don't have to do exactly the same things that Toyota or Denso or X or Y do. You just have to take the concepts and apply as they suit you, all right? So from a managerial implication, there is this part of ERP systems and MRP systems are very useful, but there has to be this clear boundary of where you want to use them and how is there going to be the interaction with the shop floor, especially in a JIT environment. All right. The requirements, especially for material flow, into how do you do the quality checks, if you have to do some kitting, if you have to change where all your inspections and how the production control moves the materials, that has to be implemented as well. And cross-training is essential. You have to keep the KPIs accountable at all times. And again, I mean, this is something that is not the, how to say, in Mexico, we use the word the golden coin that everybody likes. So this is not the one solution fits all. So in some cases, this might not be the best answer. All right. So overall principles that we have, in summary, is that we're going to work with the constraining resources, and we're doing that. We're going to have to create a different culture in the organization so that there is no tension or the overreaction on changes that have to be made. Priority rules can be applied with non-bottleneck scheduling, but also you can use the optimal shortest operating time in the bottleneck as well. A sequence of the arrival of orders is ideal, especially on a just-in-time environment, so that you keep with the sequence that is needed in the process. So stability is necessary for the systems to be used. The management of lead time is important, as well as the due dates and setting them and filtering them so that you avoid the shop floor nervousness. And flexibility allows for the implementation of these two systems. All right, again, once we combine with the just-in-time system, we need to stabilize the system. We need to have short setup times, and we need to have one part every day in order to make it work. And the results that we can have from that would be very beneficial, especially from an inventory standpoint. All right, so the last part here, it goes around the concepts in the benefits directly to the financial process and the cost accounting. That's where we need to keep things accountable, and basically not everything is applicable to every environment. So in a non-repetitive setting, you have to adjust and adapt to whatever it could be applicable. Well, yet again, what I wanted to bring up today is how, from the perspective of the CPIM, we go over the concepts that you were already familiar with. And this allowed us to get back on track and schedule so that I should be able to give you the last quiz a little bit earlier than planned, since we're tackling two concepts today according to the original agenda. And that being said, remember to go through the quiz that is due before midnight on Monday. That's quiz number 3. We have quiz number 4 pending. And is there any questions for me at this moment?
Enrique, when does this simulation go live again?
It's supposed to be live now. It started, I mentioned it was going to start instead of Saturday on Friday. So it's supposed to be running right now. It started today at 6 in the morning.
Oh, okay, thank you. I missed that.
So I mentioned last time that I was going to just put it one day ahead on Friday so that you could start working on it. So yeah, it's already gone. Any other questions?
I'll ask one question. On your instructions in the previous simulations, when we were switching contracts, there was a penalty. But in the instructions for this one, you don't have any language in there about the penalty. Is that an oversight or is that not even a factor?
The conditions changed from the last simulation to this one. Now, the final result, you're gonna, I mean, you have to pay when you are changing contracts. So you're gonna go, you may acquire debt in here, and the balance at the end is what's gonna make the difference. So you're gonna be paying stuff and you're gonna be making money.
Enrique, I'll make one comment because I just saw how it played a factor in our decision. Is the stipulation is if you don't have enough cash on hand, if you want to go in debt, it will not let you buy to restock, or whatever your restock is, you have to have cash on hand or it will
Right.
not let you buy.
Right.
Okay.
Is that where the loans come in, Enrique?
Sorry?
Is that where the loans will come in at day 150?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, in the instructions, if I read it right, on contract 2, it goes 1 to 3 days on the lead times, but when you go into the simulation, it's a maximum lead time of 2 days. Which is correct, or is there?
Let me check that because it usually makes a stipulation that it could be around 2 days, but it may shift from 1 to 3.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a good way to determine that, or is that just something we'll be able to see?
I need to check that in the setup.
Okay.
And I'll answer you offline.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Then remember, simulations live, and the quiz is due by Monday, quiz number 3. All right, I'll see you next week.